Anyway, so welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity session 92. I am Ryan, the GM. Woo! I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 26th of April, 2021. Yep, we've nearly run out of April already. What the fuck? Here are the players.
Here are the players, and this particular player is Colin, who will be playing Lyco Quint, your sneaky, spooky resident space cop, ghost cop, ghost to ghost.
Yep.
Space Ghost. Coast to
Space
coast.
ghost.
Space
Oh.
Ghost
I
Cop!
love that. I love that shit, man. Like, I loved it. But hello, I'm Nico, and I also loved Space Ghost, but I just stated that so you knew that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm playing Zora, best captain.
Nice.
Greetings, I am Alex, and I shall be playing Weird, the android mechanic. And today I discovered there's a whole series of sequels and prequels to the film Dragonheart.
Wow.
It's my
Really?
mission to watch them all.
What
Yes.
is Dragon
I mean, there
Heart?
was no. I know there was a lot of sequels. I didn't know there was like a whole array of prequels.
Yeah. It's one sequel actually and three prequels.
Oh, really? Is that what it is?
Oh,
Is it
wow.
movies? Or is it
Dragon
stuff?
Heart.
And the latest one was released last year. Dragonheart
Seriously
Vengeance.
Googling this shit.
So Dragonheart was the film with Sean Connery playing a dragon. Anyway, that's
Oh,
my
I
section.
do
Thank you.
dimly remember that was a film that I didn't see.
I doubt that I've seen it. Speaking of things that we doubt, I'm Callum. And I'll be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun. My
Doubt.
voice is doing weird things, so
Definitely.
we'll see what happens.
It's like,
It-
But
that
I guess it
puberty.
normally does weird things. We're all
Yeah,
good.
this is true. It's just standard. It's your voice. Yeah.
It's my voice.
Yeah. Okay.
You.
So, what do you remember from last time?
It was awful. It was just awful.
What did you do?
No, oh god. Oh yeah, you don't. So, working backwards.
As Callum often does.
Yeah. The logical
Grenade
one.
exploded into billions of pieces. I connected with Urglass. We kind of became kind of buds, and then yeah, that's not it. That's all. I'm
You're saying
I'll
you killed my
very
CEO.
sad.
And he specifically, Urglass smashed Finida into pieces, specifically.
Okay, does that
Just to be a spiteful bastard, basically.
how does that affect my business though? Does that mean I can keep my
Hard to
goal by
say.
default because now I no
For
longer need that
fuck's
data?
sake.
admittedly, I
Let you
didn't
be
think
an
of that at the
android.
time. That didn't cross my mind, and now I feel worse about the whole situation.
So you should.
Ah!
You're a monster, weird to do that. Like, you're a monster. This is what, folks, this is what capitalism does to a person, okay?
I know. I'm just trying to play against type.
Yeah, fair.
And I figured going into capitalism with the Queen was about as opposite as I can get to my politics.
I mean, it's not the worst strategy you've ever had in an RP.
No, but that's because it's actually strategy.
Not just, I'm gonna roll dice and hope that my charisma carries me through this. Like, I think most of us here, maybe.
Yes, I mean that's my approach to life. So
yeah. It was,
Let's
it's
read it,
a bit
Colin.
too much to spend on the Dragonheart collection.
I can't remember what me and Colin done, to be honest. Finida, like, kind of deleted it from my brain.
It was
No.
it was a bit more. We talked to the man whose name I've forgotten that was a coroner.
Yep. His name is, let me just check my notes again, because he does have a name.
Jeff kind of character.
Calva.
Calva.
Galva.
Oh,
Calva.
yeah,
That's right.
I was going to my fridges
Yep.
for purposes.
We reminisced about this last session. In fact, the fridges.
We unlocked the file of Shakos.
I remember things now.
And she was in a medically induced coma, and I've put in a request with got directly to the top Babak to see if I can get more information on her, or potentially see her. I'm not sure exactly what I specified. I don't think I specified exactly what the text of the email was. Probably a bit of column A, a bit of column B.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then all the Zig shit happened, and it
sold
really wasn't
Carho.
his fault, to be honest. Oh, also we sold
No.
That's
Oh.
also a casualty of last session, I suppose. Yeah. So Carho. There's no more Carho.
It's like businesses
yeah.
are dying all around us, isn't it?
Carl.
Capitalism is failing. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
Which one was Carl?
This is why it's a roleplay game, isn't it? So we can live out our fantasies.
Having money.
I think that was the bullet points, right? Other than like loads of doom and gloom with Arglass, there's a lot of doom and gloom, and more gloom than doom, but a shit ton of doom as well.
Yeah, so like
Okay.
for Alex's benefit, I think for the most part, people got a bit of Urgalas perspective last session. Right up until the part where they're like, this guy actually doesn't sound too bad. Oh, he broke the queen. And then that kind of ruined it. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was like, for most of it, it was like, okay, I can see why you're doing what you're doing, but what you're doing is the wrong way to go about dealing with your feelings. Oh, wait, no, you just killed the queen. I'm very upset now.
What was he trying to do? Like Bears tabloids? Is that what he was trying to do, basically? Like a sub to bring back? I don't know, man. I can't
No, that's Zig. That one's Zig.
Oh, yeah, Zig.
That's on me. Don't plan. Don't worry.
That Zig or something, and he feels like he's definitely able to wield the power. Some shit. Because
you might also just be filtering in the Infinity Gauntlet into this. I'm not sure. But like, yeah.
Probably, man. Probably. But like, it's essentially the same idea, right? You want some eggs to do something.
Yeah.
So yeah. You know he's going to fuck everything up, but he thinks he's not going to. Well, he probably thinks he's not going to fuck everything up, right? He's a bad guy. Like.
He's literally one of the sole survivors of his entire race of giant fuck-ups, yeah.
But he's a survivor because he was sort of yeeted out to the...
Yeah, that's maybe worth mentioning, yeah. Well done, Colin.
He was an exile. He was exiled, that's right. He was basically exiled from the people that eventually blew up his planet. For trying to stop
for
him blowing up his
advising
planet.
Like, we're not entirely clear what he said. Like, he wouldn't really talk about it. I did raise the point that he might have, been arguing for blowing it up better rather than blowing up himself.
Why build one big gun instead of two half-size guns? Yeah. Okay. Anything else, guys, that came up last time that's worth passing on to your crewmate?
There was a few things we needed to build for. I can't remember what.
So we'll just, from my memory, not saying you've missed anything, right? So we had you guys wrapping up with a corner. You left blood because they wanted to test blood. To experiment a bit further with that, mostly to see. I can't even actually remember why. Did I write down why? Probably not. Probably something to do with the. Was it the vest community thing? I think it was, right? I feel like that's why he's really.
Because we were both immune, I think. No, he was immune and I was unimmune.
His contact corner guy, I remember that.
Yeah.
Was frequently referred to, and I think there was also something about Weird's blood that was particularly intriguing to him.
Yeah. That's what it was. It was Weird's blood he was testing. That's what it was. That was the last thing he was testing. I'm actually just going to. Yeah, I'm just going to write that down so that I don't forget that again. Because I didn't write that before. So, Weird blood tests with Coroner Kelva. And you have the contact details for him, so he's in your space phone book now, which is nice. Yeah, so that happened. Then you left. You did basically send back some communications that were in the nature of, we want to talk about Chakos. The end.
Yeah.
And I think that was
I did specify what I said, actually. I was quite vague, wasn't I?
Yes.
Yeah, it was more like a sort of, he'll know what we're referring to.
Yeah. It was very much a case of, I'm talking about the thing we both know I would obviously talk about if I mentioned it this way. So you're still waiting to hear back from him, wherever
Grim, that is.
Yeah. Yeah. the ever-loving blue-eyed thing,
Oh, yeah.
and but a great actual. Like, I mean, you gotta love that as a superhero name, right? The ever-loving
He's good.
blue-eyed thing.
We Aunt Petunia.
Yeah, it's just it's
I
powerful
like
stuff.
I like it. And
But
all
anyway.
his slogans.
So we had that. Then we had loads of exposition with Urgalas and Zig and crystallized Thanida, and him and Zig seem to share quite a bit between each other. Quite a bit, in fact. Lots of memories, lots of unasked questions, and unanswered puzzles, I guess.
Statements.
Yeah, just, various grammar floating around the ether. And yeah, I think we mostly had. I think one of the things he's learned actually as well is that he seemed to be like Galarian's gone, which was weird. When
Yeah, and I
he
felt
had
that might
attacked
suggest he's
Absalom.
not really. Yeah, exactly. That he was there, but maybe he wasn't perceiving it as not being Gullet. Like maybe he was perceiving it as if it wasn't his time. Like there might be something going on with his ability to actually.
Maybe it's fucking just invisible.
Did nobody actually just like
There's several
try and
reasons why I
land?
think that's more than likely to be the case.
That'd be amazing.
yeah.
Just an invisibility cloak somebody dropped from a spaceship, covered the planet. You were like, the fuck to go? Did nobody use, a graviton measure? Nope, it's fine. Everything's fine.
But he's able to perceive different dimensions, his eyeballs.
I think
It just
that's
looks
kind of
normal.
what Colin was saying, right?
Pretty similar. Yep.
Same idea, yeah.
It's just there. It's not there.
Yeah. I think Zig also mentioned to him about a query as well. There was some bants about query and like the
Oh yeah.
collapsing of multiverses.
Yes.
Yep. I think Zig also insinuated that Urgalas wouldn't possibly succeed without his help, which was interesting.
Which was either a really good idea or a really bad idea. Unsure.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bold strategy.
Yep.
But it's definitely a strategy.
That's certainly.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's that moment in the video game where you have, your left trigger and your right trigger, and one's the blue flight option, the other one's the red fight option, and you've just went, I need to pick one. I've got 5 seconds. Okay, there's 2 seconds left. Okay, fight. It was fine. I am
the
the one.
comparison you went for fight or flight reflexes was video games rather than
Just
human
no video games,
experience of their own.
because
life,
that's the
you
middle
know?
step between that and RP, right? Just there's 3 steps to everything. Mostly to hell.
Sure.
So yeah. Beyond that, I'm not here to make sense, Colin. You know this.
Some of my best friends make sense.
Some of them, I'm sure they do. But yeah, trying to think if there was anything. I think that's pretty much everything, to be honest. Yeah, for the most part. Sold car hole, made some money. Sold the truck as well.
Go to
Oh.
the repair, I
Sure.
suppose.
Yeah, also
Hey, listen, we weren't using.
started the repair on the 11th hour though. That's like in the
I forgot
pot.
about that.
Yeah, that's in the positive column. So another ship, I guess. Yeah,
Back up.
yeah. Original ship, more like it.
Yeah. So what are we doing with the additional ship that we have now?
It's still repair, but find out once it gets repaired, I guess.
Yeah, because I think it's going to be a month, give or take my own patience. I think. Because I remember saying 2 months originally. I thought, yeah, I don't really like it's.
An idea. I think I should get it.
Like
that's
is on
fine.
command. Yeah.
That's what I suggested last time. I think.
Mhm.
You know,
What's he thinking?
You almost had the Kivalari as well.
Captain Security Officer. Yeah, I know. Like, I just want more, and we could set with the name convention, and I could call it like the 28th day.
And you could easily provide more security with a whole ship as a resource, right?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
a ship constantly circling the other ships to make sure they're secure.
I mean, I've heard of worse plans. That's also the entire plot of Ender's game, but yeah. You know, it works.
Isn't Ender's Game the one that the Mormon guy did where the kids think they're playing a video game?
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't read it, but I remember it was in
The
the
trick is
library.
to not give the man money. So that's
I just really liked the problem, to be honest with you. But it's mostly for fucking the Mandarin dude.
Ben Kingsley.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Who also appears in the Dragonheart straight-to-video prequels.
Alright, so Alex, we're gonna have to disconnect you from Dragonheart. Just put it away, boy.
Well, Triaxis, right? He's just fucking hell-bent Triaxis right now, man. He's like, yes, dragons, man.
It's just Ben Kingsley that I'm interested in the depths he'll go to get a paycheck.
Yeah.
I think you should have made his version of the Mandarin like a Whitehall Mandarin rather than like, pretending he's some cult leader. I don't know what his whole gimmick was supposed to be. He's like, I'm the Mandarin, but no, I'm not actually.
Yeah, it
that's
was
how
basically
that
that.
went
I actually
over.
quite liked. I liked that you seen to him right when he was being the Mandarin because it was dark and gritty as shit. Like it did just have a good atmosphere. But other than that, like, I didn't. I wasn't too much of a fan of this.
I didn't get the point of it. I just didn't get the point of it. It's one of those things that felt like they did it because this is a character that is associated with Iron Man. Okay, we need to get the Iron Man baddie into the Iron Man film. Okay, we've got the Iron Man baddie into the Iron Man film. Okay, we've checked that box. Need to do Civil
So-
War. We've got Civil War.
No, Colin, you've already said the trigger words here of Civil War for you, so no, we're reeling it back. So,
Oh, the best film.
long story short, Shane
Yeah.
Black obviously got Iron Man 3. He isn't a million miles away from the same style as Ryan Johnson. Not a million miles away. He's just... I genuinely prefer him over Ryan Johnson's work. But I think it was also in the Predator movie, like the first one as well.
The Predator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also gave us The Nice Guys, which was real good.
And,
I heard that was really good.
and
yeah.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is one of my favourite movies.
I've not
So
watched that one.
it's brilliant. And Shane Black is good at what he does, right? But I just feel like it was his connections to Downey Jr. and Favreau that probably made him take the role more so than him being the right person for Iron Man 3. I like what we got because it opened with Eiffel 65's I'm Blue, which was great. But beyond that, I don't hate the movie. I quite like it, but for
I don't
Shane
hate
Black
it,
reasons.
I just didn't like the decision with Mandarin because Mandarin's
Yeah.
like Iron's biggest enemy, and they just kind of shammed it. Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I heard the suggestion that they were going to retcon that.
Yeah,
He did
well,
like one of their like short things that he put out at one
They
point.
very
and
quickly.
there
Wasn't
really
even
was.
at one point. It was very quickly after the movie came out because they were very like,
Yeah.
"Oh fuck, we did not expect people to hate that." And then they made All Hail the King. But now we've got the Shang-Chi movie, which is coming out, and I don't know if you've seen the clip of the trailer that has the person with like almost like armbands down their arm
Okay.
instead of it being like rings. So I'm like, I don't know if I hate that yet because I liked the Mandarin wearing the 10 rings to have the power instead of 5 armbands. Like, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But anyway, back in this game, goals.
He made
Let's
so many
have a look at
films. He made 8 films in 2014.
Ben Kingsley needs to eat, okay? He needs to eat.
Ben Kingsley, apparently he's eating for the entire fucking country.
Ben Kingsley
Have you
only
seen how he
when he's
overacts?
actually on
He
set.
chews so much scenery.
Could we cancel him for his own good?
Sure. Don't know if we have
He
that
plays
kind
the
of
fake
power.
a lot, actually. He played the fake in Ender's Game as well, actually, when I think about it.
Yeah.
Like, he does play the fake a lot, doesn't he? Like, wow.
So, Zora, what's your goal?
Yes, discover what this lion crystal does.
Lego?
That's a good question. That was the electroencephalon thing. I think I was tabbed out. Yes, it is. Uncover how his electroencephalon came to be. Which maybe we'll get to it.
Maybe. Because one thing we did forget is he tried to mind phone
Oh, he did. Yes. Yeah.
Sintel. That's
Oh,
what happened
that's
last time
right.
as well. Because what did they need
Right.
in addition to everything else from last session, Alex? They needed Sindel involved.
Yeah. Why not?
Of course.
Well, to be fair, everything they were dealing with, they're like, the expert on all this is actually in a mind conference call with us right now, so maybe we should capitalise on that.
Well, speaking of
Oh, yeah.
capitalizing, let's be hip
Uh-huh.
to the kids and call it Mind Zoom.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the youth audience, we understand you and relate to you.
The old TikTokers, yeah. Get that
and
on board,
your
yeah.
TikTok. I also
Mhm.
consume Chinese propaganda.
Yeah. Is it Chinese or is it
Or
Russian
Disney, as it's known.
though?
Hey!
Oofed. Or Blizzard, as it's known. So, weird. Your goal.
I'm going to get my business off the ground, apparently.
Yeah. Zig.
Acquiring the void egg, which may or may not be doable. We'll
Okay.
see.
And
Stay tuned to find out.
Cal, can you just tell me the rest of the goals?
Sure. Deliver Edgar to Triaxis,
Mhm.
which is ongoing.
Mhm.
Discover what happened to CC, which will resolve itself, I'm sure. Conclude the Kivallari case. Gain useful MO info. Ensure Weird removes Vesk safeguard protocols. I'm going to say that one again, just in case.
Okay.
Ensure Weird removes Veskguard safe protocols.
Vestguard safe.
Vestguard, yes.
You can't see me, but I'm giving you a great thumbs up.
Vestguard is like the name of the firmware. for
That's going to say that's just your, Vestguard version 5. Yeah. Mhm. Yep. I love it. It's so good. Look how quick we are to jump on them. Okay. Yeah, that's our goals. That'll do. Yeah, I guess let's just open straight up with Zig. Why not?
Ah!
So Zig,
Passion.
Yeah.
the shower of glittering purple fragments fall around you for once Thanaida, and as they, shatter to the floor, you look up and Urgalas just vanishes in front of you. Behind you remains the door out.
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Looks like you've got a dilemma in your hands, boyo.
Yeah. I guess. Is it is the dust like proper dust, or is there like fragments that I could like just
Of
gather up some?
eternity?
You could pick them up if you wanted to. It might take a while, yeah, but you could pick up a bunch.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna try. I want to pick them up, and
Mhm. Yeah.
also while I'm doing that, I'm gonna keep an eye out if any void eggs, just decide to walk down the hall.
Just
Yeah.
just rolling side to side past a doorway. Yep, like a
Or a
tumbleweed.
baby void dragon.
Even if I have to
Mhm.
Indiana Jones my way away from it, that's fine. I just
Looking back for a hat you never had 2 seconds ago, but it's made out of tinfoil. Yep,
yep.
perfect. Oh dear. I think we've got your next, well, at least your Pathfinder 2 character sorted at least, right? Which is just obviously a rat folk explorer with a whip and a hat.
Yep.
So we're sorted for that. Or a goblin, equally, right? Those are cute in Pathfinder. But anyway. So you pick up...
Fiends.
yes, the fiends. The fiends.
The fiends of
Fiends,
eternity.
yes.
So,
Sounds,
are you going to explore the vault, or are you going to leave? Once you've, once
I
you're
am going to have
literally
a look around.
piled up all the fragments of Thanaida.
Yeah, what I'll do is, so I don't have to carry them around the vault, I'll have them at the exit.
Yeah, just piled up.
Just kind of just piled up, yeah. And then I'm going to go have a look around, specifically looking for any, at least trace of void egg.
Yeah. Sure. Give me a roll.
Sure.
What skill seems appropriate for this?
I will tell you when I've opened my character sheet.
Sleight of hand.
I mean, no.
I just thought it'd be fun.
It's a good chat.
Piloting.
No.
Piloting the part along the corridor.
Yeah. My piloting is actually better than my mysticism.
That's amazing, actually. I'm the mystical space reference. Nope, scored out. I'm the
But it's harder
pilot
to radiate
space
people
rat.
with your piloting.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, true.
Well,
I'll
I
be
mean,
honest. Like,
Yeah, if you crash,
Hmm.
probably that's quite.
or just
Right.
have
Yeah.
radiation-based weaponry, I guess. Yeah. Ship. Like, yeah, I think you were okay. You need to read the radiation rules for starship weapons, though, and nobody wants that because it's probably under the poison rules.
Yes. I mean, perception?
Sure,
Sure. Because that's better than my mysticism, too.
that's good enough. Hey! Look at that.
Must be them.
Look
Oh,
at
44
that.
is pretty solid, I would say.
It's pretty damn solid. Yeah, yeah, there's absolutely no... You search the whole vault. I'll let you just...
Okay, cool.
There's no sign that an egg was ever stored here.
Okay, cool. And I guess with that, Zig would just try and leave with bits of the night.
Yeah.
Pretty bleak.
It's pretty damn bleak.
It's very bleak. It's
hugely bleak.
So,
um
that's fine. That's what Zig's up to. He's obviously going to be spending a bit of time looking through the vault in the abstract.
yeah.
Let's move back to the other side of the door. And you guys on the Azure Flare. What's the plan? Because you've mind-phoned Sindel, and you're basically waiting on a response, but there's been no response, and I think in the meantime you've also messaged Babak at this point.
Yeah.
So, what's the plan? Because
We sort of agreed we would wait and see, didn't we? So I think
how long were you planning to wait? Because I'd say it's at least been an hour you've waited so far for this question to be valid.
I think we could wait a couple hours at least. Like,
yeah.
Probably start getting really antsy, maybe 2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah, like I think we, considering Zig being gone for a few hours is probably, that's probably not too bad. Like we'd start to get concerned after a few days.
I don't know, like you
Yeah,
can do
a
a
year
lot in a couple
maybe.
hours.
I think the fact that like Finaida's not here as well, right, is like.
Oh yeah, it's
also,
probably
like,
a bit alarming.
Yeah, because I'd be kind of like confident if.
I suppose what I would do, given I am the security officer, so this is kind of my job, is try and investigate for signs. But I'm guessing it is Zig magical bullshit. I wouldn't be able to detect.
You did though. Remember, you tried to use the ship
Oh, you're
sensors
right.
and stuff, right? So you have done your security officer.
I did it with this, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
ship
that's
equipment.
probably became the conclusion with Sunday because we did that really.
Mhm.
We quickly did it. It was, but did it.
I mean, I suppose while I'm there, though, like, even if it wasn't going to achieve much, his natural sort of curiosity would get the better of him. So even if it's not going to accomplish anything, I think I'd just like to make a couple of rolls just to represent what he's doing, and you can see error claiming Benus.
Stick
You
with
know,
his column. Yep.
I'm very easily distracted sometimes. Just to see what he's up to and see what conclusions he comes to, because I think he'll probably not get anything that would change his mind. But I'm just, I think that's what he'd be doing, so I want to do it.
Yeah.
What should I roll? Culture, sense motive, space cop.
What is it you're trying to do differently though than what you have done? Like, what's the?
Well, what I was doing previously was literally just using the machinery to look through. But what I would be wanting to do was
Just physically to go once over.
Go around physically. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think either
investigate
perception or a
place.
space cop. Either or.
I'm gonna hit perception on it then.
Sure. Yeah.
It's 37. It's respectable.
Yeah, and I think the only thing you're kind of gauging is that Snyder is definitely at home here, very comfy in certain parts of the ship that are clearly claimed as, personal use and not business use.
Just
shall
like
we say?
slinky dresses dumped everywhere.
I mean, yeah. Sure, if we're gonna just make her a slob. Because she's obviously used to people cleaning up after her.
I was about to say that, right? She's a queen, right? She could just fling shit anywhere and kids would just be like, oh,
I didn't say like boxes of space Chinese left everywhere. Show bad to go. That's more like Lyco's office would look like if it was a bit more lived in.
I think that's what you left in Carhull.
I
had that.
probably did, yeah.
Although it's pretty hilarious thought for I does like that as well. Actually,
To be fair
she's
though,
about
if she,
she's about to
Yeah.
right? So
if she's
A
picked
food
up any,
hag?
if she's
Yeah,
picked
yeah.
up any, it's a 5e creature. Don't worry about it. If you've if she's
It's like
picked
a
up any
sea
bad
hag, but-
habits from that guy that she borrowed all the modern knowledge from, though, as well, right?
Ah.
She might have taken some of his
Um,
bad habits. Who knows?
And having sort of exhausted the search, I think what I'll move on to next is like making myself a coffee, like any good detective would.
So yeah, you head into like kind of like the mess area, and you hear a electronic voice go, "Oh, it is you!"
Oh no, the
Oh,
drinks
nice.
machine! I forgot about it.
And then he whips through on his little rail, his magnetic rail that he sticks to on the ceiling. It's basically just essentially a TV screen with a mustache. And he says, "Well, how may I take your order?"
Coffee, black, thank you.
And you just hear, of course. And then the table just like does that bing,
Yeah.
and then there's a cup that just ascends out of it with coffee.
You wouldn't happen to know where the owner of the vessel is gone?
It just looks at you, and then it blinks on its little screen, and it says, "No." And then like whisks itself away
long
back
shot.
into the kitchen.
Listen, he'd have been kicking himself if it knew, and he didn't.
Yeah.
ask.
No, it's worth it, right? Like it's makes sense.
Yeah, and I will take my coffee and brood over the many concerning possibilities of whatever is happening with Zig.
What is Weird up to? Well, this is going on because obviously Weird's with you guys currently.
Oh yeah, because the narrative
Yes,
happened.
the adherence to the narrative that we sometimes do.
But it's just to say that he's tearing his hair out looking at spreadsheets and how to make the business work. But where's the priorities at?
Well, keep in mind, you don't know a lot of what Zig has experienced yet. They just know that he. Remember, you left the Azure Flare, went down and spoke about fridges, and then came back up,
Yes.
and he's not there. But his last words to you were, wait for me, or something like that. I forget the exact wording.
Then I'm running the
Don't
numbers.
leave without me. That was it. Don't leave without me.
I'll run the numbers on the profitability of various fridge setups
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
for our
fair.
cool transport of people needing limbs and people that have limbs.
Okay. I don't know what you're rolling for that, but trying to give me a roll of something.
I feel like I need to set up a profession skill.
Yeah, I think you do probably.
Unless it's counted business culture.
You roll culture if you want. Why not?
Always roll culture.
For all capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Like a profession, a
35.
capitalist.
Yeah. Space venture.
I've gone through a very
I think there's a theme for that probably, right? Capitalist, theme knowledge, exploitation. Yeah, I'm sure we could make you a custom theme. So, yeah, I think you can sit and kind of work on your business model and perhaps even further chats with the neither you're expecting to have. Hence why maybe you're waiting around here to do so. I will just point out though that both shuttles are docked here, right? One's attached to the airlock and one's actually in its dock. So
suggesting the captain should suggest I go and do the work on.
I'm not suggesting anyone
Well, that's
suggests
it.
anything. I'm merely letting you know what you have available. I would never make decisions.
If you would
for
like
guys.
to also add that to your repertoire, I mean, it's a suggestion.
That seems more immediately pertinent. I shall head off and do that.
Captain Salute, the two fingers.
I feel like half of that conversation was in the meta. Like, come on, fucking hell.
It was.
No kayfabe here.
So I would call weird, and I'd be like, so about those safeguard protocols, and I mean, do a wee bit of CC as well. How's that going?
Sorry, I forgot about there's a lot of blades right now. Which one's the priority, Captain?
Probably CC, then safeguard. Whatever one's faster.
There's the issue of known unknowns and unknown unknowns.
I mean, this is why I hired you. I don't know what I'm paying you yet, but I mean, you're still here, right? So
deal with the protocols and have a think about CC.
Good.
I'll get up and walk out the.
Yep.
Walk out the
I'll
kitchen.
give you the 2 fingers salute.
Oof.
So are you gonna pilot yourself back, or is that the plan? Like, what's?
I can pilot.
You can fly, right? Can you?
Just fly out into the void of space.
I mean, I could just fly straight through the shuttle.
Yeah. Probably don't, but.
I mean, yes, that doesn't always have the best effects.
So space is big, and shuttles
Yeah.
are
I've heard
fast, faster than weird. So
I
Yeah.
should take a shuttle.
that's a good plan. Yeah. So you can take the final hour shuttle back over.
Yeah.
Obviously, at least you've got comms and mind comms to work with, which is fine.
Bombs.
So, the joys. So you head back over there. I'm gonna assume that's in the early stages of the waiting period, which is probably maybe deep into 2 hours now. So, do you want to give me I guess an engineering roll?
46. How's that?
Nice. It's very nice. Thank you. I think you've identified where the most of the actual command override structure exists. It's a mixture of actual physical overrides built into the mechanisms of the ship, and also just clearly what look like kind of backup software buffers, but really it's in fact just really, really shady. This will now become property of the Viscarium Imperatrix, protocols. Can you give me a computer's roll, and then I'm going to ask you a question. Perfect.
48.
So, do you still want to install the weird override?
What was the weird override again?
It's where he just copy finds all instances of Vesk and replaces it with weird for the command override system.
In case anyone takes over our ship.
Can a side of Zora be added in there and sorted?
I feel the answer is no, because weird has to do this. And you did assign him.
Yeah,
funny that.
Unless you're going to ask about it.
I'll say this will take. This process is going to take you another 2 hours from the 2 hour mark that you've done so far, right? But that's fine. This will, once that's done, you have technically altered the Vesk safeguard protocols, right?
I have removed the Vesk safeguard protocols.
Yeah, you have definitely altered them. Don't worry, I'm not going to rob you of a goal because of work.
Okay.
Don't worry. I think you should know me by now. I'm not that kind of GM.
Not that kind of girl.
Nope, not me. Cool. But yeah.
He didn't say all safeguard protocols.
Yeah. It's just Now we
What
have
have you
some
done
weird.
with the polarity of the neutron flow, though? That's the.
I know, just wrapped it in tachyon beams. That would be fine, right? Dress it up
But
a
the
bit.
neutrinos are mutating.
Counterspanding? Yeah, that's a good one, right?
I thought you were about to say counterspell. It's like
Counterspell!
this works.
Take that!
just casting counter spells and malfunctioning. It's like hardware and like it's not working.
It's
I
just
thought technology and magic were the same.
It's just a technical support wizard out of his time and genre. I like it.
What happens
Cast
if you
counterspell.
counterspell?
What happens if you counterspell a counterspell?
You
Oh,
counter
yes.
it?
You do.
Yes. Okay,
So-
go.
What
In the-
happens if you
in this-
counter?
In this example, so long as people are actually illegal to take these actions, if Nico goes to cast Fireball at Colin, Colin can counterspell Nico, but then Nico can counterspell Colin's counterspell.
And then I counterspell his counterspell.
If Alex is
so-
involved, that can also happen,
Yes.
which means the
Basically-
Fireball doesn't happen. However, if Alex doesn't counterspell Nico's counterspell of Colin's counterspell, then the Fireball does happen. All that
But
does
everyone
make
learns
sense.
their reactions.
Fucking counter spells, man.
Yep.
And then Zig will
Unless
just
one
mind
uses
link, it's
Sorcerer.
fine.
Yeah.
Ah,
Sigmund links
I'll
with
do it.
himself, creates an infinite time loop of himself, and we just all worship the Omni Zig. Yep.
And this way,
Cast
make sure you're a
all that.
sorcerer with subtle spells so they can't see your spell casting,
Mhm.
so there's no trigger for the counterspell.
Correct, which is the best thing
Counter
about
spells
sorcerers.
supernova.
Can you twin spell reactions?
No, you unless the so most reactions don't consider like your what's the phrase twin spells trigger isn't often something that you'll see from a reaction. Put it that way. So you need to have like a single target thing for a twin spell.
But you know, actually have to state it as well. It would have to be like I twin two counter spells, and then like it's just the person's just like, right, but I guess I don't.
But as long as you're doing that at the start, that's fine, right? Like that is fine. The only problem is counterspell I don't think is illegal for twin spell.
Probably.
I'm not
Probably
100% sure on that, but I just don't think it is.
I just imagine how like having an ever expanding
How would it work?
counter
Though?
spell.
Two counter spells
orgy.
get worked at the same time. You counter your encounter spell.
No.
No, because they'd have to be different targets. So you could counter someone who was countering someone and the someone that they were countering. Theoretically, if you could do that.
Does counter like would it counter the whole fireball, or would it counter
So-
just like the AoE of one part?
I'll
of
read
it?
you the wording of twin spell now that we're into 5e territory already. We almost made it. So let me bring that up. So when you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of stealth, you can spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. Twin spell. So this is twin spell, right? Equal to the spell's level to target a second creature in range with the same spell. So
So a spell isn't a creature, right? So it's not when what I guess it's
so
not a target. You have to say target or something, right? Like, or something like that. If it was
So
to-
now you look at counterspell, right? And let me see if I can bring up the actual bloody computer.
You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. If the creature is casting a spell of third level or lower, or fails,
There's technically no target.
Does it say
the
target?
So yeah, okay.
Does
okay.
it? Does it seem to target a creature casting a
But-
spell or something?
the range is 60 feet, but the spell.
Yeah. So
That's actually unclear.
I'm not so
that's
sure,
no, it's
there's
okay
probably
because I looked up Firebolt to just work that through my brain, and there is no target list for Firebolt either, so that's fine. It's not that at all.
Okay, so right, it's
No.
not.
The thing is, two creatures can't be taking action at the same time.
that- that's what I'm
the
thinking. How
flow
would it
diagram-
But also to counter that argument, everything happens simultaneously, Alex. Even though it
not-
doesn't.
Yes, not for the purposes of deciding the flow of actions. which
Yeah, if it was like
specifically
a
states.
simultaneous turns sort of idea, it would definitely work out. But how would it work, like mechanically, right? There's nothing you could like use in the second twin spell,
So,
the second
The
counter.
reason for this, right, the way I would look at it is there is no trigger to double counterspell,
Yeah. I
right?
mean, you can maybe use
Because
it, but like, it's
You
not
can't
used.
see two people cast a spell at the same time.
Mhm.
Can't.
Guess you would just.
Although,
okay.
actually, like in theory,
Okay,
right? I think there's. Hear this and see what you think about this. If I watched Alex cast Fireball against Nico and Nico went to counter it, both have to be casting, right? And I
Yes.
could twin counterspell on both. Not for anything other than a flex, though, right?
Yes.
That's
seems
literally
the sort of
just
thing an
deflects.
archway would do.
Yeah,
Probably.
or like a
Yeah,
professor, right? Just interrupting his
Fireball, right?
students. No, because
I
you're
have
countering
found-
both, right?
Right. So it would just be nothing happen.
It's literally a flex. It's literally you saying,
Yeah.
because you could just let the counter spell counter the fireball and say, okay, enough of this bullshit. If you just counter the counter spell, then the fireball goes through. But if you counter both, you're kind of just saying, look what I did. I did.
Yeah, okay. But I like that idea.
I also like that
The-
idea, but also I don't know where that falls in like rules of written interactions, but I think that's legit.
The only spell that I can see that actually would have a twin spell use is Soul Cage.
Okay.
And that would be very good to do. Because this is its thick level spell slot. Just required 2 people to be killed at once.
That's not a big deal.
No. If you're a wizard in a village full of commoners.
If
and
you
want
can
to gather
cast 6
power-
level spells, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If you fireball an orphanage, you can gather double the amount of souls.
Do you think the orphans would count as for like say you were a warlock doing that, a fiend pact warlock, right? And you told the orphans that you were going to cast fireball on them. Would they count for your pact feature? Would you be able to like steal their temporary health?
I don't see why not.
Even Dark One's blessings. If a creature
Yeah,
dies
yeah.
within, well, it's not even within. If
Yeah,
a creature
it's
just
a creature.
dies, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it has to be a hostile creature, doesn't it?
I don't think so. Why not? Let's just
Mm.
look this up too. Dark One's blessing.
Now that I'm in my orphanage burning theory crafting,
Hostile
Yeah.
with a state of mind, right?
So
a hostile creature. Yes. A hostile creature. So if you set fire to the orphanage and some of the orphans take that in a harsh manner and try to stop you burning the orphanage, and then you burn them, then yes.
Yeah, they would count. Yeah.
So the lesson here is don't burn the orphanage immediately.
here's
burn it.
Colin.
But-
Here's some advice for you, right? Take the friend cantrip first.
Don't burn that orphanage,
Right.
that's the Fed.
Nico, this isn't the
Oh,
point of the story,
nice.
right? The orphanage is burning. So take the friends cantrip and just go around all the orphans casting friends, so they then get pissed off at you.
Okay.
You should also be able to
What
twin
did this
spell
orphan
friends.
say?
You can also
That's
twin
fair.
spell friends for extra efficiency.
True.
The only problem is
So-
you
You
will
take
burn
the
through.
Eldritch Adept
sort
feat
points.
in order to be able to do this.
It's fine.
Yeah, but you just need to be multi-classing sorcerer and warlock.
It
Only-
makes sense anyway.
You
to
only
be fair.
need 3 levels of warlock for this to exist, right?
Yeah.
Technically,
You
you
said
only really need 1. Technically, for Dark One's blessing, 'cause that's at first level. So really, you don't need that much for warlock. Need a lot of sorcerer though for all those sorcery points though.
Yeah, but once you're there, you're harvesting souls and temp HP at once. Like this is turning that uneconomical.
What's the end game
orphanage
there?
into-
Is it just lichdom? Are you just trying to like mass produce lichdom at this point? I don't know if that's. Anyway, we're way off topic.
Vertical integration, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, are we sure? Anyway, so this game.
If
that
they
we're
can
in-
control of the.
No, Alex, this game.
various-
Back in Starfinder. Right? But there's your answer about counterspell that we all got way off track on. Is yes, you can flex, and that's great.
There you go.
Yep.
You can also create villains with fully thought out plans based on neoconservative policies.
Oh dear. Anyway, so time passes. Okay, more time. We're probably at the 3-hour mark. What?
Zora's fingers are drumming.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
this
what
part
did-
probably finished with coffee.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. You've maybe you've had a couple of cups by this point. Maybe if you're a multi-cup guy. And
I'm probably nervous eating at this point because I've decided that Zora's probably a nervous eater or before battle eater.
yeah, okay, yeah. I think I like the idea that the Veskiv obviously maybe had a thing in their culture that says, you know, you get to eat after your battle, you know, you celebrate your victory, and ideally you eat the food of the recently conquered to prove a point that, you know, they
like
are
the
part
god.
of the Viscarum. And you're like, but what if I die? I'll just eat
Yeah,
first, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to like be fed and fight, right? Man, fuck that shit. That's fucking stupid.
But I love
Like,
that, like, obviously not super super controlling on the culture of the Vesk in this particular game, but I do love the idea that the point would be you'd eat the conquered food. I think that's kind of cool culturally. Right? Like, there's a nice message in there somewhere about, like, oh, you're now part of the Viscarium, so of course your food's fine for me, munch, 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 even if it's not. Like, I like the flex of the Vesk that way. But anyway, so back in this, as you're mulling things over, yeah, maybe we've got some kind of big, oh, what's a good, big, huge, crazy, some kind of,
Lizards are probably yen, man. They're probably yen.
maybe some kind of a Castor Valley and Rhino Bull thing, or some bullshit like that. Steaks from that you're eating. That Cecil has prepared for you.
It's fucking endangered to me. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, yeah.
But damn, tasty, man.
Is that something the Vesk care about?
But damn, is it tasty? Exactly.
Well, the Vesk are preservationists, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So we don't like wiping its species.
Yeah.
We don't like wiping species. I mean, that's fucking useless, right? What you've got to do for us if you're wiped out. Like,
Yeah.
The Viscarium Biodiversity Project.
Yeah.
Well, lizard Mongolians, alright?
Yep. They're great.
I'm gonna put out there that the Mongolians probably did quite a lot of damage to quite a lot of different populations.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
So to not counterspell that conversation, let's have a Zig. That's you, buddy.
Zig,
So,
what's your opinion on Genghis Khan?
so you
Pronunciation of.
you step through the doorway, into the Azure Flare, and Sanaida turns to you and says, "That was odd."
I think Zig just bursts into tears. Not gonna lie, that's like, yeah, that's just too much.
And you're not holding any shards either.
Okay, yeah, that's far too much. Zig is like ugly crying.
And I think as that happens, she like kneels down, obviously not really sure what's going on, and she like starts like, rubbing her hand up the back of your neck and into your, the fur of your hair, like head, and trying to comfort you. And she goes, "It's okay. I'll try and open another door. That's obviously just a glitch."
Zig's brain just like, I don't even know. Fucking hell.
Right, so Lyko, your comm goes off, and it's an alert from the ship sensors you've set up saying there is a new life signs on board.
Where?
In the former jazz bar, aka the lounge.
Yeah, I immediately get up, call Captain, as I stride out the room.
I like that you call him as you leave, because he's probably sat the other side of the table from you in the kitchen, right?
I mean, he might be, but even so,
yeah.
I'm not going to call him at that point if he is in the kitchen. I'll say.
I like the idea that I was just this whole time in the corner, just got notice, man. Look
up from my comms. See, Captain. I'll sort of tilt the thing towards him, and whether or not he sees it, I'll just sort of continue.
We just looks up.
2 life signs.
Slab abused with Higgert
over in the bar, and then as I said, get up, stride out the room towards the jazz bar.
Former jazz bar, the lounge.
Jazz bar.
Yeah.
I'll take some of that steak with me, because that's some fucking good shit.
Where are you eating it from? Like, are you? Is it hands? Is it
hands?
Yeah.
Is there any other way? Like,
it's probably served on something that's like little, see, like like a spit, right? It's probably served on like a mini spit, and it would sit on the table with like a drip tray underneath it. That's probably.
Well, that's handy. You can just pick it up.
I'll probably be holding the plate, right? But I'm probably eating it with my holding. Like, probably.
Well, at least you're keeping the floor clean. At least you're trying to keep the floor clean.
And yeah, like I think as you get closer to like the lounge / jazz bar, you just hear dirty sobbing, I guess, from Zig.
Yeah, and I'll rush in quicker, probably with like a. Did I have my pistols on me?
I don't know. Yes.
Let's just say yes.
Probably
with the
I don't.
on then.
Yeah, all fucking times, right? Like,
Yeah.
Like,
I seldom use my pistols though. I'm mostly a
I
Are
know,
they,
sniper.
are they still the old man guns pistols? Because if so,
think they might
I
be.
love that.
Yeah, they probably are.
because they're so outdated, but I love that shit. Like,
Yeah, but the thing is, like in universe, he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
yeah, it's true. Yeah, for sure. For
Also,
sure.
in
Um,
universe, it would kill somebody when he bought it. So why? Like, of
Yep.
course, it would kill
Yep.
somebody.
yeah, why wouldn't it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, like round the corner, what gun in the standard cop pose, into the room, and presumably immediately see before me a Zig and a Queen.
Yeah. So like, you'd probably like mostly just seeking like Zig's head, kind of maybe somewhere around her like lap or something, where she's obviously like, side saddling the floor, if you will, next to him, as if comforting him. And I was like, I guess you rush in. She just like quickly like snaps her head round to you with like one arm kind of clutching around Zig, and she like raises another hand up. You're not really sure what she's doing with the other hand that she raises to you, but it's clearly imposing between them and you until she recognizes you. She goes, "Michael, we're back."
What the hell happened?
And then,
Eh.
yeah, she just looks at you, Zig.
Yeah, I think Zig just kind of
I
like
holster my gun.
Snyder points
He's
to
sort
the
of
bar to
between-
you, Lyko, as if obviously this is what's needed.
I'll grab her whatever I think she would want.
Bow tie.
Chuck her.
So Zig, you're
Um,
you're past a drink. I don't even know what it is anymore, but you're past something.
That's fine.
Mhm.
I think between like sips and kind of staggered breaths, he's going to just attempt to explain, and he just goes, "We the night it took me to the vault, and Urglass was there, and oh geez,
I think she
he
picks you up and sits
crystallized-
you on the lounge, like the kind of like the actual sofa.
Yeah,
And like as she's doing that, she just like lifts the glass that's in your hand up to your mouth, so you finish the drink. While
Yeah.
you're finishing the drink, she like walks over to Lyko and just kind of whispers as she passes you to like do her posing from a distance thing to the room. She'll just whisper, "We didn't make it to the vault. It didn't work." She just says that very quickly to your ear. And
Yeah,
then just
I don't
turns.
think I'll betray anything on my face. I think I'll sort of just like take it in, like glance at
Yeah.
her for a second, and then continue. Like not moving my face at all, not moving my head, just the eyes
Yeah, she'll
flicking around on her.
turn and then she'll like look encouragingly at you again, Zig.
hmm yeah, and then Zig just like talks. Maybe he's kind of calmed down a little bit after being maybe forced to stop talking and just drink.
Uh-huh.
Just taking that like second to kind of reset. Yeah, so he just kind of looks up and is just like Lyko, he was there. Ergalas, we talked, we shared memories. He then turned the night into little shards of dust, but I guess he didn't, because she's here now.
I think she like
So-
reflexively just looks at like her arms, as if did he? Like
It's all right. I think. Look, it's understandable. You're pretty shaken up, but he's some sort of psychic entity, right? So
Hey, messed with all our heads at one point. That was him who was doing that, right?
doing what?
Of all
I think
point.
he wasn't consciously doing it because he was in an
Yeah,
egg at
just
the time.
yeah,
but
just waves of fucking psychic bullshit, right?
This is going way back.
Do you remember, Lyko, when you were climbing to get? Remember the manual release for detaching?
Yeah, and I
as-
felt his presence actually.
And
That's
there was,
true.
like-
oh no, I felt a presence.
there was
that I
like
later
somebody
discovered
running
was
across the
probably-
top of the steps and stuff, like as if somebody was
Yeah.
standing there, and when you looked up, there was nobody. Yeah, it was like top tier horror movie shit, if you ask me.
But then, what was that it, or was that actually just me in a different time?
Right?
Thing?
That's
Looking
what,
down
like,
at yourself.
all that
Yep.
imagines anyway. Like that's what Zora's thinking. It's obviously him. It's a weird psychic.
And
Yeah.
remember, Edgar said he had nothing to do with Hedgar.
Yes,
True.
that's true. Although he could well.
He could just tell a pile of crap. Like, yeah.
Mhm.
Um, Yeah, like I think I would just sort of continue to think it sounds like you came under some sort of psychic attack, but as far as we can
That's
see,
a throwback as
yeah, bringing
I
out
think
all the hits.
I think Zig just looks at him and says, "Psychic or not, he would have crushed me.
He-
He was there."
For whatever reason, he didn't. Whether that meant he didn't have the power to do it from wherever he is, he clearly has the power to reach us from wherever he is right now, which is concerning, obviously. But either he didn't want to harm you seriously, or physically harm you, or couldn't. So either of those are at least a little comforting, right?
Zig remembers his words. You won't
Yeah,
succeed
and
without
Zig,
me.
I think Zig kind of mouths that to himself, and then he just says, I told him he wouldn't find the eggs without me."
Yeah, okay. Think he believes you?
I'm here. Kind of looks at himself and
That could be
I think Snyder puts an arm on your shoulder, Lyko, just to distract you a second.
a loot round.
And then she says to Zig, she takes a step forward. Did he threaten you?
I mean,
This is like full on mum mode here on her part.
yeah, no, and he says, I mean, magically lifting you up and choking you as a threat, then yeah. I'd say he was pretty threatening.
And then she like tilts her head and goes, posturing and threats are slightly different. Are you sure?
Quite frankly, I saw you explode into billions of pieces, so I'm not quite sure of anything at this point.
She
I
looks
was
herself
actually
up and
about to say,
down.
Mom.
Yeah, she looks. She looks herself up and down, and she smiles at you, and she goes, "Luckily, it seems I'm intact." She kind of smiles, and she says, "Plus, and she like puts like her hand back towards like Lyko and like just rests it on your chest or like the surface of your armor, and she like does the other one with herself. She goes, "Luckily, we wouldn't let anything happen to you, either."
I believe.
I look
Yeah.
somewhat encouraging.
You're like, haha! And yeah, she goes, right. Well, collect your thoughts. Michael will get you another drink. In fact, get everybody a drink,
You want
Michael.
one?
And then we will try and make sense of it. Okay? Okay.
Hmm.
And she just
Okay.
smiles at you, Zora, because you're also here. And then we cut over to the final hour. So, rewinding somewhat in the timeline.
What's the time?
Do you want to roll piloting to see how well you're chipped back, or do you want to just say you got back? Because
28.
so it's good enough. Yeah,
Right?
it is. Yeah, it's good enough. Quite frankly, I mean, yeah. So you make it back, and as you dock, Edgar's sat there, just sitting on a crate, eating himself a bag of crisps, essentially, or for our Americans, potato chips. And he tips the remainder of the bag in his mouth as you leave the shuttle. He goes, Where's everybody else?
Elsewhere.
Ah. Are you back?
Got business to attend to.
Right.
Anson's
Business.
orders.
Ah. Could I help?
Are you a member of the crew?
Kind of looks around. Just almost as if looking for who the insult's meant for, you know? And then he kind of turns back. He goes, was I not a good boss to you guys way back when? I think I was pretty good to you guys.
Don't see the relevance to my question.
Well, it's a long relevance. And he stands up and then just walks over to wherever the recycler is that every single room probably has on the ship, and just throws in his garbage. Then shuts it over, leans against it, and goes, this dynamic we have going on right now, here, very spiky. Let's see if we can smooth it out. How can I help that? And then, maybe, you'll see I'm useful. And just gives you a look as he leans in.
I didn't detect any problems with our dynamic.
Yes, I think that might be the first problem with the dynamic, though.
I've been asked to do something by my captain that is of a sensitive nature.
Right.
Why would I, including someone who is not part of the crew, would seem in breach of standard security?
Correct, but you're a department head, and thus have oversight to outsource. Yes? And he just grins.
I don't believe I've been furnished with the specifics of our security clearance procedures by the security officer.
I think Finn appears. He goes, would you like me to review the specifics?
Has the new security officer signed off on the new policy?
There is a lot our new security officer has yet to attend to.
Can you ask him, please, to provide an update on this matter?
Of course. And Lyko, your comms went in the past.
Okay.
Yep. So, what is it you would specifically like Lyko to be weighing in on here? Weird. Whether or not you're allowed to outsource to Edgar?
The open
Perhaps.
question, yeah, of
Yeah.
who's allowed to have access to your sensitive systems. And what
'Cause
oversight I have on that matter.
I think your head of engineering is from what I remember. So yeah, you're like chief engineering officer. So yeah, you would have oversight of resources required for engineering. But yeah, so security-wise, Lyko, you get a ping from the Finn
Yeah.
lower, and it's Finn requesting on behalf of the head of engineering, and then you get a big list of the legal diatribe.
I skim it and and just I suppose I would message Finn because obviously I can't speak to him in this context. I'll message Finn, ask him to.
You could speak to him if you want. You could just call him if you wanted. Like, remember, this is in the past, so.
Yeah, this has already happened. So I suppose I should calm through to Weird directly. I think that makes more sense if I'm calming.
Right, so I guess you're still standing there, Weird, and your comm goes. It's Lyko.
Lyko?
Hey, I had a request from Finn. I haven't been the documentation doesn't really interest me so much. So what's the issue?
I was hoping that you could inform me what the procedure is for enlisting members not otherwise employed in our crew to engage in repairs or maintenance of secure systems. It seems like the sort of thing that documentation might be useful for.
Probably, yeah. Look, I promise you, when I get some more downtime, I will go through and review everything. But the time being, use your best judgment.
My best judgment.
Opens file for best judgment. It says bomb.
I said
Build.
looking over ahead.
Oh,
We've used outside sources before. Isabel, for instance.
Yes.
It depends.
What's your current assessment of the amount of Edgar being involved in our security protocols?
Yeah, fair question. I wonder how useful he would actually be to you. I think that's probably more your area than his, but like I said, if you think he could be useful to you, I'm not going to tell you shouldn't do it. It's there's obviously security implications, but we are, hosting him on board at the moment anyway, so
Yes. Yes, we are.
I think the security implications are kind of present regardless, but look, if you're concerned that that information could easily make its way to other individuals or be used against us in some way, that's reasonable. Keep him out of it if you like, but I don't have any objections to his involvement. I think like probably having him on board in first place is a much bigger risk than
Lyko casts his mind back to the bomb he put into the armory.
Yes, and also the people who might want to find him, the people who might be seeking him. Like, like his mere presence is a huge security problem. But at this point, fuck it.
Understood. Out.
Good luck. Out.
So, back in the shuttle bay.
Do you have useful qualifications or experience?
Well, what is needing done? And he smiles.
Is Finn still present?
Yeah.
Finn, deactivate.
Nods. Indeed. And goes away. Although, he vanishes, right? Because he's not just going to walk away like this, made that sound.
Yeah. We're going to modify the VESC security protocols so that they no longer pose a threat to us.
Oh, that's probably a really good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Look at this! Look how the specs vanish! See, I knew you could be a fan of this, because I already know you're a fan of having more hands. All hands on board. Weird. And he just really, like... He's definitely treating you a very specific way right now.
Do you
Weird.
really have hands?
He goes, I was just saying that I could be an extra pair of hands.
Yes, but in your native form. Or are these hands simply manifestation?
Ah, yeah. Now, is the term I'm looking for here, guys? Assimilation? I think it is. I think that is the term I'm looking for. I'm not trying to go too Borg with that, Sarah. I'm just meaning like into the standard humanoid appearance, you would take form to assimilate better. That's right, isn't it? So,
if in doubt, assimilate is always the answer.
yeah, I mean that's what the Borg Queen taught me. Yeah, resistance is futile. But yeah, so he looks at his hands and he goes, "It's less disturbing in this form, I find, than my native form."
I have no preference if you want to make yourself comfortable.
I think my comfort would be your discomfort, however. And then we cast our minds back to the waves of dread that cascaded over people. when he was in his native form. He gives you a look of slight
The
awkwardness.
Breverth or something?
The Brevath, yeah.
Brevath.
And he goes, no, this'll do. Although, if you need more hands, I can get them.
You can form them, or you can acquire them from elsewhere. So I do believe you were an arms dealer.
And he laughs and he goes, I think I'll like you. I wasn't so sure about Nyx 5, but this one. And he gives you a wink.
Nyx 5 was sure of you.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, what do you need me to do? I can lift things. I can rip things out of walls if need be. I understand your security concerns, but
Sounding a lot like me.
yeah,
And
right.
I need to go take stock of matters first and determine where we are in the process.
Tell you what, I'll be in the
We have
canteen,
more of those crisps.
and then perfect. Yep, I'll get the crisps. See, and then you sort out what we need to do, and just let me know. Gives you a thumbs up.
And I'll then walk out.
Yeah. I like that he's just giving you a thumbs up to your back, like as you're walking out, and then kind of runs his hand through his hair, smooths it back, and goes, "I think that went okay." And then we cut back to the timeline where I don't know. I think we're far enough ahead to say that we've done some level of comforting. So Zig, if you want to be a bit more together, you're welcome to be. If you don't want to be,
Yep,
comforted
that's
too.
fine. I would very much like to be more together.
Okay, I don't know. If only that's how it worked, eh? Like, just well, man, there we go. Just get yourselves a GM, folks. So yeah. So yeah, I think you maybe sat around the lounge with drinks, or whoever didn't get a drink, that's fine. But I definitely made sure drinks were served, and mostly by asking Lyko, yeah. And yeah, like you've had time to maybe collate your thoughts. They're all sitting eagerly. I feel like Zora's maybe just polishing off the last of the rhino bull steak.
This is good. This was some good shit. So yeah, Argolas.
Yeah. He's clearly messed up. And then I think Zig would attempt to explain what Argolas's goals are resorting his planet or his homeland.
Okay.
But
what do you tell them in that front though, right? So what does Zig think of what's Orglass's plan, according to Zig?
So I think what he's going to do is first Zig's going to share everything that he's told, like he shared with Argolas.
Right.
Just to check with everybody that he's not gone fucked up.
What I like about this is that Alex wasn't there to know what you mean by that, and isn't here as weird to hear it anyway. So works out.
Ah, brilliant. So yeah, but
do you just
yeah,
want to
you're
actually loop in weird on the comms though? Might not be the worst idea.
It's not a terrible idea.
Captain, that was in character. We're all doing it in character now. Even Ryan.
Yes.
Ryan was there briefly, and then
Yep.
everyone forgot.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm memory proof that way.
I know you gave him some orders not long ago, but we could look them in. You could listen and work. Sexy and take a sip of space whiskey.
Wait for Zora to remember the remote button.
You are correct, sir. And he just remembered. You would probably nod, and he would probably give Weird a call.
Weird space phone goes.
Bring, bring, bring.
Admiral.
Oh my god, something. Does sound right. Zig's about to explain some stuff about our glass. I thought I would let you in on it.
Affirmative.
Yes, and
Fair.
I put on the speakerphone, you know, like.
Yeah.
well, so we shared lots of memories and stuff. So I am. I showed Ergolas my time at Galarian. Now Zig's just frantically trying to remember whether or not he actually told the crew about Galarian, but that's okay.
I think Weird did, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty
sure we
sure
got
I heard
some-
about
Yes.
some
I
planet supposed
didn't
to be
direct
there.
it to them, but somebody else was asking questions and I mentioned all of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering, has anybody told Thanaida? Or is this the first she'll be
I
hearing
can't
of it?
remember if it was the
It's
night
the
that I told.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I think it was the night that I updated.
Yeah, okay.
Oh no, she does that because she was like all longing and stuff of home and
And everyone else was like,
thinking
what?
of ways that could
And
go
we all
back.
sort of neglected to mention
Yeah.
that she may or may not have been there.
Mm-hmm.
But I say we
Mhm.
all, you guys.
Well,
Oh, yeah, I
Zig.
didn't mention that.
Mostly Zig.
Zig, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah,
so he'll
her
start with
Zig.
that and then talk about how he also knows about Weirds and I time in that space beforehand on after our journey towards the sun. I didn't tell him what happened with the eggs. With the egg singular, sorry. But yeah, did give him, decent amount of information regard. I'm trying to think what else Zig actually shared with him.
Do we know what we're at? Do we know actually what we're done with the eggs? Or did you just say he fixed the problem?
I think that was more like it. I feel like that's how Weird
I'm
answered
pretty
it.
sure he did say it
Yeah,
right.
I think I said I got rid of it. I dealt with
Yeah,
it.
you
dealt with it, yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
So where are the eggs?
Shrugs.
And I think that goes, well, one's in Daza, right?
Yes, well,
nod.
one's powering Daza by the looks of it.
She shudders
We
at
know where
that.
one is.
Yeah, because she's had an
Yeah.
experience of that first time.
Yeah. And she goes, yes, and as far as I'm concerned, it could stay there.
If we're to assume that I wasn't at your vault, Your Majesty,
She
and
just
that was
smiles at that.
just
'Cause that's like quaint to her now.
a psychic. I think he says attack, but he says it kind of begrudgingly, like
Mhm.
psychic attack doesn't sound nice. Then
You could say assault
Um,
if you wanted, because I mean,
assault,
like-
yeah. I think he will. Psychic assault. Then it's entirely possible the void egg is still within your vault.
she holds up
As
her,
for the-
she holds up her hand when you say that, right? Like as a fist, and she motions to you and she says, I understand if you'll say no, but we could just go look again. She like motions with like her fists, obviously. Usually the way to summon the doorway is just to like, make a kind of demanding fist. But she had a look as if to say like, she knows you're likely to say no to this, but she's offering it anyway,
I think
this time.
Zig looks like to Zora and Lyko almost as if asking permission, but not verbally asking permission.
Well, I basically just gave you permission by saying we come this time.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
Listen, as the newly minted security officer, this strikes me as less than safe.
Why is it we do that as safe? Like, what is safe at this point?
I think
It's not necessarily a great reason to do more on safe stuff.
I think Snyder turns around. See when you're saying that, Zora, though, Thanael will just cut him with, well, I'd very much be a fan of not shattering into little pieces.
That would be preferential, and I'm happy that you're not in pieces, frankly. Yes.
I'm sure if it happened, we both would be. She just kind of grins at you.
Grin.
Flirting.
Snyder's always a wee thing for Zora.
I mean, I don't like it, but it's just why I find out if the void eggs are. I kind of do.
Well,
Weird, any input on this conversation that they're having on Open Comm?
Sorry, Olga popped in to say hello. What was
hi,
the question?
Olga.
She's just disappeared again.
Emily Deli.
Yes. Let me know if she is home.
Good.
What was the question?
So, they're thinking about going back into the vault as a team.
Which chick was in the vault?
To check to see if the void egg was in the vault.
Yeah, void.
Yeah. Which one did I put into the future?
You put the solar egg into the future.
Okay, cool.
Which was the one you actually took out of the vault, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
and the void egg was the one that the dragon took out of the vault.
Yes.
Yeah, the dragon.
Yes, that's where our logic. I knew there was a reason.
The void egg is the one that's with Charo's dance.
Yes. Yep.
But we're unsure if that's even happened now, is the point, because we didn't give him Lanteral.
Yeah, it does seem like that may no longer have happened, so logically it does seem reasonable that it would be there.
They might both be there.
It's when it's just you guys pushing the solar egg down the corridor and you just bump into each other.
I would add well, let's work on the assumption that what happened was some sort of psychic happening. So he chose what you saw, right? So I don't know. You didn't find it there, but he might have been hiding it from you. He might simply, I don't think we can
Notably, there was nothing there.
He might simply not know enough to actually accurately fill it in.
How did he identify it?
I don't know. We went to the vault. He was there, and he just said, "We need to talk."
He said your scent was all over it. Remember?
Oh, my scent was all over it. That's right. Yes, I forgot about that. I think, backtrack.
Zenaida, you are very definite that that didn't happen. You didn't reach the vault.
And she goes, we stepped in and out. It didn't connect.
It's interesting. You weren't here for a time. You most definitely were not here. So, where actually were the two of you?
Well, I think possible you were in a temporal loop.
we have had some recent experience of those.
Tenida just
least send
stands
it
up and goes to the bar.
Do you have any way of
Fair.
validating that you didn't connect?
Who's that for, Zig?
For Tenida.
Say that again, sorry? I don't think she heard it because I didn't hear it.
Have you got any way to validate that you didn't connect to the vault?
I went in and came back out. I mean, I get that we might have been away for longer, but she kind of shrugs, but you can't see that, I guess.
Is there any way to test? How would you know whether or not it had worked? Imagine you had a lapse of memory and you simply needed to know for sure what your movements were. How would you confirm? Would you be able to do that?
She just leans back against the bar and then just like taps on the wall. Because remember, like the surface of this ship inside is kind of all smart surface. She brings up like a big panel and then just taps in time codes, and it obviously brings up the surveillance that you couldn't find, which is interesting. And it's them walking through, and then the time code of what is like 4 hours they were gone for, or whatever, 3 hours, and then them stepping back out. She goes, there you go. But to me, in and out. And she just says this while downing her glass of whatever's in the bottle.
And you had no break in consciousness.
In and out.
So there is some form of temporal disturbance happening that either puts you in and then out at a vastly different time, or where you were killed and returned.
Isn't that a disturbing thought? She kind of says as pouring herself another drink. And she says, my mind is not so easily manipulated without effort, but it is not impenetrable to a psychic assault. She kind of nods towards Zig knowingly. But there would be scarring of a sort if I were the victim.
Can Zig investigate this?
She just raises an eyebrow at Zig, as if, well.
That's a good question. Detect magic.
What is your Mysticini skill? Because
Mr. Genie.
yeah, because it's mysticism and medicine, I guess, right?
Yeah. I
Mysticini.
can roll both if you want.
Why not? But like, what are you actually going to use to investigate? You're going to just try to detect magic as well?
Yeah, might as well.
Why not?
Just for, just to get all the pretty colors of all my magical team.
Yeah.
Pretty colors.
I'll pop it in the chat just for
Thank you.
Pop it in
reasons.
the chat. Pop it in the
Medicine,
chat.
mysticism.
Okay, yeah. So besides Tenida lighting up like a Christmas tree as soon as you hit detect magic, you obviously do what you can to try and somehow parse together lingering psychic damage that may not have happened in this timeline. Yeah, It's okay, we're going there. Like Zig's gonna need temporal mechanics as a career skill, a profession. Yep. And at least I think Colin's chair like that, if that was indeed
Sorry,
Colin. That's
it's
okay.
that chair.
It just
Sorry.
sounded like it was laughing.
It's always laughing at me.
And they're meant to be so supportive as well. And yeah, you parsed this. I know it's fucking awful. The jokes don't get better as the
I
episodes
give
get
a
longer.
begrudging chuckle.
Thank you. And I noticed the chair was silent on this particular occasion. The dick. It's just a really good skit, that entire scene. But yeah, you phrase this together insofar as you can tell absolutely nothing has happened to her mind.
Okay, yeah.
Like, but you can say that with a fair bit of like, certainty, I'd say, right?
Certain.
Like, obviously, this is this is not an exact science. It's completely made up science, and it's just you trying to look at.
It's the opposite size.
Yeah, like you've used a lot of your psychic powers on various effects on people, mind affecting effects specifically, and you've probably, with Detect Magic, seen the impact of that. Thus, yeah, and if MD has been responsible at all in your backstory ever and taught you any form of responsibility with psychic powers, which I don't think they have, then you'd know to look for this type of degradation that you might be causing, like psychic wear and tear,
Yeah.
especially on a mind. But no, like you,
Maybe there is a flash of someone saying, "No, here is the danger of mind."
and you
mind
open the
assaults.
the textbook, and it's inside. It's the textbook of the sun facts that you wanted to read in Psychic 101, but instead you read about
Yes.
the sun. Yeah.
I'm imagining you being like Homer Simpson in the Treehouse of Horror episode, where it's like, "Don't touch Willie." Good advice, and he just does it.
Mhm. Yep.
That's what I'm picturing.
Perfect.
So yeah, I guess they'll just say, I'm very confident that your mind remains unassaulted.
Well, that's a relief to hear. She just looks at you and then looks at everybody else. So, the vault or not? I feel it might be prudent to do a bit more research and preparation before subjecting myself to a fate I wish to avoid. She kind of grins at everybody. However, I have absolutely no idea where we would start.
I would be
Tin
shrugging
foil hat.
at that as well, basically, because I've got no idea. So.
Well, I think it would be helpful to have the input of someone with more mystical knowledge, but unfortunately, we don't seem to be able to get our resident expert going with time and space, unless you've had some sort of message in the meantime.
I like that
Admiral.
the camera angle is obviously at this point from the final hour, as a Weird is obviously sitting in the theory room with all the the technical specs of the
To be
the
fair,
final
yeah,
up.
he's a different kind of master of messing with time and
And
space.
but then you've got obviously across the room helping. You've got Edgar, who I'm assuming can't hear this conversation. I'm assuming you kept these comms private on your side, Alex. AKA Weird.
Oh yeah, nobody specifically invited Edgar. So
Yeah, he's just at the other side of the big conference table from you. But they have mentioned specifically they might want somebody that's a bit more skilled in the abstract arts, right?
well, I'm here.
So are you going to suggest shuttling back over then? Because that's not a terrible idea.
I may as well go across. Yeah.
We don't need to be on the final hour, the Azure file anymore. Back to the
We could join you over there.
You can inspect my handiwork.
probably more prudent that we start getting her towards Triaxis as well. Will we slink about?
Yeah,
I
deliver
think.
our guest.
I think that says, however, I'll be staying here on my ship, and you'll need access to my vault.
True.
True.
So, do you wish to conclude your business? And she waves vaguely towards the shuttle bay.
Let's check this vault, boys. I'm itching. Wanty.
He's had his meat, he now wants to fight. That's what happens.
Okay.
That's why you don't feed a Vesk before Wait, what?
Get battle hungry.
I would suggest that it probably is prudent to look into look into this matter before we head off on our journey, but I honestly don't know quite what we do to prepare. A bit above my well, it's outside my area of expertise, so what I don't know, what are we looking at? What What do we hope to know before we go?
I'm a formidable psychic, Snyder leads with, and I have no recollection of the event at all. And there seems to be no traces. And she waves vaguely at her head, and it's Zig, of the effect having taken place. Thus, I would say I am of no use other than as a doorman. She looks quite irked by that fact, because you're aware of her psychic power.
Yeah.
Like, she has slammed, was it you or Nix 5 maybe? Weird at the time? I think Weird at the time. She slammed Sunday into the wall of the shuttle, I remember.
Me.
Was it you? Was it not? Did she not grab you by the throat
Oh.
physically though?
I don't know. Maybe it was weird actually. It's
Was
just
it-
slammed
Did you
inside.
being thrown around?
There was
She-
a lot of physical stuff. There was a lot.
Because
of
she did
grabbing
like
away.
shockwave someone back, with the wave
Yeah.
of a hand, and I think then she rushed you, Zora.
Oh.
Yeah, and then obviously you know that she's managed to just update her
God.
brain, with that guy that she put in a coma briefly, and then blackmailed subsequently. So, yeah, like we know she's a formidable psychic. Yeah, you kind of gave her the idea, to be fair, and he kind of gave her the idea too, so that was fine. But yeah, so we know she's a formidable psychic, and she was like, "Well, I have nothing to offer because I apparently didn't matter," So that's her worry. But also, there's that that kind of tenacity she's got, where she's quite a proactive person, where she's still the first person that says, "Well, should we go back in and find out then?" There is no hint of her not, fully going to commit to the venture in. It's just I don't know what preparations we can make, and we probably should make them.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely what Zora's on.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, it's just what to do.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I'll leave brains.
I'm concerned we're kind of going in blind here. Obviously, I will happily join if we. But I would.
What's your
prefer
instructions to Weird? Sorry to interrupt there. But what's your instructions to Weird? Is it for you to go to him or him to come to you? What's the plan? Because remember, you could just dock the ship side to side if you wanted to, like, kind of be tracked as docking the ship side to side above versus. Don't know how much you're trying to keep up the secret that you aren't attached anymore, but it's up to you. Because we've been shuttling back and forth, right? So
Probably up. The jig's probably up at this point. I mean, I can't.
it's entirely up to you, because I know that's why you kind of kept them at distances before, to try and keep that. It's not like it will immediately be broken or anything. It's just if somebody's looking, they'll go, "Ah, those two ships were docked once."
It depends. Really, if we're not going to go into default, then we might as well go to weird.
Yeah, so I think that needs to be decided, because is Thanida just going to go back and make herself some kind of cocktail and sit by her pool, or do you require her?
Let's say we go into the vote. What next? What do we do?
We look for this egg. Yeah, I think they both say that at the same time, Thanida and Zora.
Get the egg, and we.
Don't phone our questionable friends. As she looks and just smiles reassuringly at Zig.
I say if it's there, we should keep it there for now, because our glass hasn't found it there yet. Then, right? I mean, surely we'd get in there. Easy enough, right?
Thanida goes, "Oh," like her eyes go big, and she just leans back and goes, "Oh," and she sets her glass down. She turns to you, Lyko. "We can't go in the vault."
No,
"No."
you can follow.
What if that's the only reason he couldn't get in the first place? And she turns to you, Zig. "You said he couldn't see this egg that you claim you know is there. Yes?
Yeah.
Or at least that you couldn't find it when you were there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have a recollection of making it to my vault.
Correct.
So, perhaps you were never in my vault."
If that's the case, he's made a massive tactical error, which is interesting. By intercepting you, he has prevented you leading to exactly what he wants.
She leans back and goes, Only if we don't go in. She gives you a look as if to say, I don't... She's trying to do a jigsaw with half the pieces. That's the look she gives you, Lyko. Lyko, you know this look. It's probably just called Starfinder.
Many a pair.
Starfinder.
Yeah, the Starfinder look. Yep.
I sort of look between a lot of them.
So what you're saying is, gave him a doorway into your vault, but he took the rag person.
Maybe not. Maybe he didn't know what he was accessing at the time.
I mean, that's what I kind of meant. Really,
So I reckon,
sort
like,
of idea. Like, he didn't really know what he was
what
looking
if he
for.
couldn't get my mind? As I said, I'm quite
Perhaps.
skilled. She says that with like her teeth kind of clenched together, though, when she says quite skilled, like she's being delicate with her own.
Definitely.
Yet
Don't have any recollection of even someone trying to invade you.
I
Phrasing.
know it's a horrible
Well,
phrasing,
well,
but
that's
it's
why,
like psychic
That's
assault.
why I
Yeah.
paused and said it, but it's already happened,
Yeah.
so I've done it right.
And,
right,
she goes-
it's that.
I think I cringe visibly.
Yeah.
She kind of like goes to shrug at that, as if she's not really sure what to say back to it, because you can tell she doesn't necessarily believe what she's saying. She's just thinking out loud. This is assuming, of course, there is an egg in the vault that he wants. She looks at Zig. As if somehow that was a
Yes.
question. Yeah. Which means, would we just be opening the door for him? Which we already did. She looks like so puzzled, right?
See where I was coming from, right? Why didn't he just do it the first time?
She looks at you and
That's
goes,
what I don't-
why would you do this as a profession? She just looks at you, even more puzzled, like,
You know, my job didn't really used to be like this. It's more of a recent development.
My job used to be simple as well.
she laughs and goes, no, mine's was actually really complicated. Just leans back and just stares at the ceiling.
Pretty simple.
Okay. We think then that there's a risk of him gaining entry if we can. I don't know how exactly we weigh that risk, but it's probably a risk I'm not eager to take.
Pros and cons then. A vault. We go in. The pro. We can, assuming we get there, clarify this egg situation we're also wrapped in. She almost looks like she's still trying to work out why, but that's not important currently. Cons. We could all be shattered into little parts by giving something that scares the bone sages an egg that's somehow bad if we do that. And it will fix its home world? She looks at Zig. Am I getting this right? I am.
Kind of. It seems messy.
So it'll fix Eox by this egg and assumedly something else. The steps that make this make sense. And then what else happens though? Am I missing something? She looks at everything.
Well, according to our extra universal friend,
The
that
universe
is-
ends.
Yeah,
Alright.
I was gonna say pretty bad.
She picks her glass back up and just lifts it to her lips, even though it's empty. and just looks at it and just sits it back down. So the universe ends. Okay, okay. Is there a
Not
time
in the
period?
universe.
Right. Sorry? She looks at you like, what?
He hasn't been super forthcoming with, what we actually need to do to prevent it.
You mean Cree?
No, it.
She stands up and just walks towards, obviously, the pool area. Or at least the way to the pool area. So she just power walks that way. I'll be back. So, she clearly power walks away, right? The doors swoosh open and swoosh closed, and there's definitely purpose to her walk.
Purpose.
Yes.
Porpoise.
A porpoise to her walk, yes. She just glides through the ship on a porpoise. Which, to be fair, she's done weirder things, I think, right? By that time she made 2 scythes. That was cool. Yeah. And yeah, I think in the middle of the lounge there's a kind of massive blast that happens.
That's concerning.
That knocks everybody back on their couches. And all the glasses just smash. And yeah, you just look up and Sindale is standing there. He goes, "Oh, I think I broke your crystals." And then we got a break.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Just getting films mixed up as well, right? Because I
Hello.
do definitely remember the
Okay, so welcome back to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 92, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 26th of April 2021, and all I can say is that I didn't die, so everybody's happy.
Whee!
Here are the players.
Here are the players, and I had briefly forgotten that I was first at the moment, but I then quickly unforgot. Hello, I am Colin. I will
Trickery.
be playing Trickery, or Lyco as he's otherwise known. He is our space cop, our resident sneaky, spooky, altogether cookie, and family.
Na-na-na-na.
The monsters are also available.
Na-na-na-na. Hello. I am
Hello.
Zora. I am well fed in game, but I wish I was well fed in life. I'm not.
Wow.
You're also Nico.
And I'm also Nico.
You're a skinny fucker, aren't you?
Wow.
Don't body shame him, Colin.
Wow. Yes,
And
I
so
am.
it begins.
Well, if it was going to be somebody, it'd be Colin.
Wow.
Anyway, it is I, Alex, playing Weird, the android mechanic. I'm hereby banned from Dragonheart commentary.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
So instead, I prepared a lecture on the Scorpion King series of films. All
There
six
was
of them.
hold on. There was a series of films.
You're right, Colin. Hold on. Continue, please, with your intro or
What
outro,
was it?
depending on how this goes.
There is five
Callum.
Scorpion King films,
Callum,
I think. 'Cause
where are you?
can create a perfect.
Hi,
Colin.
I'm just waiting for the opportune moment.
Starts to fall.
And also, I just had a bit of chicken with some habanero ketchup, and it's really spicy.
That sounds good.
So
You mean like the
spicy.
Scorpion King films?
Yeah.
Mm.
Real
Like Dwayne the
spicy.
Rock Johnson.
Here's me
He only
talking
appears in the
about
first one.
me.
Wow.
Just
They
Like-
recast the Scorpion King 3 times.
Just like my habanero ketchup. Hi, I'm Callum, and I'll be playing Zig, the spicy boy from the sun, who is mystical and a rat. Yosoki, to be precise. And the knight is not dead, so Callum's happy.
Hashtag not dead.
Hashtag not dead. Not
Just
shut
like
up.
Fernanda
Meatloaf is not
lives.
dead.
No, the Night of Lives t-shirts for everybody. That's the new merch.
Ron Perlman was in the third one.
So anyway, in this game that we're all totally focused on, boys.
I'll
I
race you
mean-
to see who can finish either the Scorpion King or Dragonheart films first. Now there's
Or
5
the
of both.
Fragments of Eternity. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, a three-way race, yeah. Anyway, so meanwhile, Sindel in this game.
Oh yes, damn.
Yes, he arrived.
Yes.
Yes. Cindy, I'm alright to call you that. He didn't quite answer that.
I have broken the table. And he steps back out of the
When
broken
an
table in the
entrance-
glass.
It's not my table.
He leans
I don't
down and just like tries to like pick up both halves of the table and like try to put them together.
Don't worry
It's
about it.
adorable. It's adorable, almost.
We had been looking for you in the hopes that you could advise us about something, but actually, events that have unfolded since may be of even greater interest. Zig, do you? Care to fill our?
I am muted.
You are.
Apologies.
Okay,
Care to fill
Nico.
our friend in?
Hey, I'm not mute. Right.
Were you muted before you tried to say hey?
No,
Okay.
I was
Arthur?
just that was brain lag, literally, just
Okay.
brain lag.
Carry on, Zig, please.
Yeah, so I guess they could be like, so I was speaking to Ergolas a moment ago.
He like he pulls a face, and he
Hmm.
just drops both halves of the table, and he's just
It
looking at you.
wasn't pleasant.
I imagine not.
We tried to go to the Nida's vault, and
Irrelevance.
sorry, what was that?
He just says irrelevance to cut you off, and then just looks at you
Yeah,
like he
yeah,
asked a
that's fine.
question.
And he just says, right, yes. So he intercepted, and said we needed to talk. He's was questioning me as to why the egg were covered in my scent, and
I think Sindel just like gives you another look, and looks at Lyko, and looks back at Zig.
and
Maybe go for like an indication to say you're with him.
and he showed me his past and how he was exiled, and that he wants to just build his homeworld or something. And yeah, and he blew up Thanida into billions of pieces, but he didn't actually. So I guess it was all in my mind.
Turns to you, Lyko.
Yeah.
He kind of leans in as if he's going to say something, and then just listens.
You. I mean, I thought perhaps may be able to figure out exactly how he was able to do this. I'm assuming it's some sort of psychic invasion, perhaps from a great distance. Doesn't appear he was acting.
Sindel just waves his hand in front of you. Psionics, magics, technology.
You'd be inclined to agree that it's not something that actually physically happened in any way, though. Not a temporal loop or anything like that.
Turns around to look at Zig. Turns
It
back
just
to you,
looks
Lyko.
up at him.
Yeah, he looks back at Lyko and goes, "May I inspect?"
Zig? I'd sort of gesture to Zig to sort of indicate, well, it's up to you.
Zig would kind of just half nod, unsure what's about to happen.
And Sindel turns around and walks over to you. And just like, it's pretty much just kind of in your face. Like if it was any closer, he'd have to sit in your lap and just stare at you. If he was any closer.
That would be a scene.
And kind of just like starts like looking all over like just the shapes of your, like, you know, the way the kind of lines of your face move. And then says, "This may be somewhat uncomfortable, but it will be brief."
Appreciated, and then
"We shall see." And he just does some kind of weird, creepy claw motion with his hand just above your eyes. You do a cheeky will save for me.
sure.
Cool.
Is this a compulsion effect?
It's a mind affecting effect. I love that like everybody has something that affects their saving throws in a slightly different way, like the fear effects, mind affecting effects, compulsion effects. Yeah, it's pretty good. 37, yeah, pretty good. And then I think, to everybody else's perspective, Zig falls asleep on the couch.
Oh.
And Sindel stands back up and turns round. Says, "He is. Time and looks at you with open arms as if he's just explained it.
He's from another time. He's in another time. What?
Yes, those. And more.
Okay, that fits with what we knew.
It says, I was detecting if any temporal residue. You can tell, like, Cinderella's looking for words that make more sense, right? So he's doing his best to convey it, even though he's Cinderella. He doesn't have his big chicken walker thing either with him this time, you know? That seems to have been lost.
Black, but yeah.
Yeah, it definitely seems to have been gone with Absalom. That he detached from. And I know, right? It was so fucking iconic. That was the deluxe figure, obviously, that you had to buy for that. And no, we've got one of those. It's still operational. Yep. Hey! So we have Cinderella then looking for all the words, and he goes, I wasn't expecting so much time. And he like makes a ball or a cube with his hands, and then like points it at Zig.
He's been back and forth a lot.
Yes. Why?
I look completely out of my depth.
He looks to you, Zora.
Just seems to do that a lot, or get involved with other people who do that. Both, really.
I see.
You
should tell him now. He's old man.
What do you think?
Spoken like a true parental.
What do you think Billy Brian was able to? No, I was calling him Urgalas. Urgalas was able to do was. I mean,
Assuming Urgalas did anything, and it is not simply fatigue of the mind. And gestures to Zig, unconscious on the couch.
yeah, fair.
Zig, you get a full rest, by the way.
Oh, magical.
Yeah. Like, legit,
He
it just for like the mechanics of all this that you probably have no idea of telling, he has actually just put you to sleep.
That's brilliant.
Oh, God bless him. That's actually quite endearing. But you need this.
Yeah. It was just getting passive anxiety from you, that was all.
Can that be a profession skill too?
What, passive anxiety? Yeah. Just projection, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think Cinderella looks at the slightly destroyed room and then looks at both of you and goes, if your need of me is no more, I have news for you. News. But it's from the... Yes. Tech Talanis no longer leads the Bone Sages.
Ah, good.
And he like majestically bows.
Congratulations, I guess. I assume you've taken... returned to your prominent position?
No.
Oh?
He just stares.
Oh God! Did you say you bowed?
Like he majestically bowed as if, you know, what else do you expect? The way Tony Stark would bow, right? Like, of course, he dealt with Tech Talanis.
Right,
there was no reverence to you, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh, thank God. Okay, good. That was Colin panic.
Don't
not
worry.
Lyco panic.
I was like, oh God,
I think that
I've
even occurred to
inherited
Lyco.
such a horrible job.
Yeah, Colin did not want that.
Finida's words. Why would you do that as a joke?
Yeah. So I think I would say, who is at the head of the table then? Not literally, obviously.
We voted. I overruled the vote.
Huh.
And nods. As if he's answered the question.
So no one?
Rama Sethu. And he does another bow.
I nod, sort of knowingly. That's interesting.
I have withdrawn.
Why?
I am no longer a Bone Sage.
Of course.
He blinks at you
Of
both.
course. It complicates the future, but for now, it's a great step.
I think
I,
he puts his finger up to that, right, as if to stop it. Has may complicate things in the future. And just makes a circle with two of his hands. Yep.
Yeah, okay. I really followed that one.
That's Sindale for you.
Okay. There's something I wanted to ask you from what Zig had talked about that may be somewhat more relevant than it first seems to this. The council that exiled Glass. These wouldn't happen to be the individuals who went on to become. And he sort of leaves the question hanging.
I was there.
Sort of nod. So, if I not making too many assumptions, why did you exile him?
I think he was about to say, you wish to know, and then you say, why did you exile him? And he just kind of smiles and closes his eyes and nods a couple of times as if, yep, as expected. And he says, disagreements with. And he pauses, and then he says, the Librian Council. And there is no need to roll any form of insight into how much pain is conveyed with that statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you on the council then?
Nods again.
This disagreement. Well, from what Zig has recalled to us, at least in the mind of the Illibrian, seems to be. Oh, I wouldn't call him the Illibrian to someone who is also technically.
You'd call him Urgalas, don't worry.
Yeah.
No, I like, because when you change your mind earlier, I was like, that's good, because I think calling something out as the Librian in front of somebody who, you know, was one
Is
a bit, yeah.
The Urgalas, at least in the mind of Urgalas, was directly linked to the events that devastated our world.
You should sit.
I'd sort of look around to make sure that there's not too much glass in the seat.
Yeah, you can like clear off the seating and then
Yeah.
sit. Zora, do you stay standing or do you sit down or what's the?
I'll sit down. Sit down. Rare occasion I'll actually sit with somebody
And, Sindale says, Urgalas spoke against the divine right of the Librians. And he kind of like pauses and looks at you both. Do you know Illibrian? And I think I'm trying to look for the right word here. Is it doctrine, maybe? Like protocol, doctrine, ethos, pathos?
Doctrine.
Not pathos, I wouldn't think. But, I mean, your
Yeah.
culture was as it is now, long before I was ever born. So this is really Eox is all I've ever known of.
Not from around here.
Yes.
Sort of give a slight nod, as in a sort of yeah, fair.
Not now. And he points at you, as if, well, checkpoint that. And then he says, he just moves his hand up to like palm up, and then projects a planet, a very nice looking, very technologically advanced planet. Lots of swirly bits if you zoom in, you know, to imply technology and spaceships and stuff. And he goes, we believed we had attained the pinnacle of society. And just leaves it like floating in the room. And it kind of drifts off, and then the rest of the solar system kind of like filters its way in.
Viscarium comes into Zora's head.
And then he says, we believed it was our duty to share this way. Kind of nods. There's definitely something in his tone, right, that kind of says, maybe this isn't his proudest memory. People rebelled. Change is upsetting. Especially to the unenlightened. And he kind of looks just around the room and then says, this was not important, this resistance. The change was deemed in their best interests. You see. Nods knowingly at you both.
But descend from within.
Yes. Not all sang in harmony. Ergalas, leader of the opposition. Remove him. The rest fall in line. You see? And he's kind of aiming this more at Zora now. Because,
It's not.
yeah,
It's
like,
not.
this isn't exactly a million miles away from, like, Vesk Tactics 101.
It's probably got just got his eyes closed, like nodding.
Mhm.
Well, sound checks it.
And then says, we were wrong.
Gasp. It's not around for us.
And he kind of he kind of leaves it at that, and as he says that, he like just like snaps his like hand closed, and like the planet vanishes. And that's the point he's trying to make, right? That they lost their planet, they were wrong.
Yeah.
Not to be too heavy-handed with the visions or the imagery, but yeah.
Eox paid quite a cost.
Yes.
How
It-
can? Sorry. Let me
Right.
continue.
Yeah, he goes, it is a reminder of our folly and our arrogance.
How can all these, however long, however long later, how can Urglas, how can he do what he does? How can he be so powerful?
Simple. Then gives himself a puzzled look as if, no, maybe it isn't simple. And you can see him screwing up his face and he goes, you have weapons, yes. Motions to your person. And he puts a hand out.
I will pass my pistol.
You are imbued with the power of the pistol by having it. And he just holds it up like it's a banana.
Okay.
You have other weapons, though, yes?
True.
Puts his hand out.
None that I can.
You have two other pistols, right?
Well, no, I've got 2 pistols. I can give him the other pistol. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give him the other pistol.
And he puts it in his other hand again, like so he's now holding both off a long finger. And he goes, "For a time, we both had equal power. Yes? But now, I have it all." And he waves with his open hand to the 2 hanging from his finger. "For you are not there to carry this." Motioning to the 2 guns.
Do we speculate about that in character, or was that meta? Because that does sound very much like what we were speculating.
I don't know. It's so hard to tell these days. Especially with what happened in what timeline, and who remembers that timeline. So, feel free to just have decided it was in maybe in character or in the meta. I don't really care.
So yeah, I think it's definitely something that would have occurred to like at least. I think the so it's there is an amount, a resource, something that you all drew on, and with only one left, all of that is accessible only with one.
You know, it's a well of sorts.
Yeah, that's sort of what we speculated.
He like takes one of the guns out of his hand and he holds them in each hand and goes, "To Illibrians. Split." Then puts it back in both hands. One Illibrian. All. And
So this is how
hands you your guns back, just so you know.
I take them. He hosts them, and so this is how he can be stopped, right? It's by successfully implementing your plan to obtain life, regain. Sorry, not regain.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Don't worry.
If enough of your people are able to do that, it'll be as it was before, sure. So does that mean he wants to stop you from regaining it, or does he
My
want?
people are now 7. Eight, if you include me, which I do not. No.
This is troubling,
He nods.
but even just you, surely that seriously evens the playing field. If you're
Arrogance is what he replies to that statement. And then he kind of gives you like a knowing nod. Like, we've thought that before.
this being supposedly a danger to all existence. However noble his goals seem, clearly it can't be allowed. So can't drain his power among remaining Librians. What can we do about it?
He kind of grimaces and says, "There are no remaining Illibrians. Only Urgalas."
Sorry, I should.
He kind of like just nods, like he doesn't take offense to that or anything. Like he's just nodding, like like a granddad would correct you in some way. And he says, "If he speaks to this one. And he gestures at Sleeping Zig. And the plan is true. That he wishes to restore Yox. Then, he nods. He will try to wake the stranger.
Octron.
Sandel just looks at you and blinks.
What does it mean to wake a world?
He just looks at you and blinks. He doesn't understand what you mean.
Stranger, is that not? I kind of look between him and like the Captain Admiral. Like that's what
bad.
people. Not Octron. What is this stranger then?
I mean, as far as you know, like, Octron is the stranger, by the way.
Yeah.
That is the nickname Octron has as a planet, yeah. Yep. Sindel just looks a bit close, that's all.
Is that
Try
what
and
all
wake
the activity on Octon is right now?
Sindel just looks between the two of you. Like he's expecting you to reply to each other.
Yeah. Okay, that's troubling.
Yes,
Be saying things like that a lot.
if he wakes the stranger. And he looks back at Zig. This will happen to all.
Okay.
What? If we try and access this vault, are we going to make yourself vulnerable to them?
He blinks. Vault.
Zig was accessing Queen Thenida's vault alongside Queen herself when
Where is this vault located?
that's a good question. I know that, but I
Yeah.
can't remember.
I mean,
It's Abadar something.
you don't though. That's why it's such a good bank.
Okay,
Right?
it's
Because remember, doors appear from nowhere and you go into the HR Geiger setting for a bit.
yeah, it's Abadar's.
As soon as you
vault.
say Abadar, he goes, ah. Like he immediately knows. As soon as you mention Abadar.
Because I not eager to expose us all to whatever happened. Our young friend.
Kinda. He looks back at Zig and he looks back at you and says, it is unlikely. A bone sage, nor Illibrian would risk. And he waves vaguely at the air. Dancing inside a god.
Vault
Avatar.
literally is the god.
Yes.
Religion is a
Interesting.
strange thing. Okay, but that's potentially a very good reason to leave the egg inside the vault.
Which egg?
Void, I forget.
Yeah, the void.
Whose egg?
Oh, where'd they go toward this?
Grace?
Grace.
Yeah.
Grace.
It's gonna mean nothing to him though, let's
I
face it.
barely understand. I'll be honest with you.
Burning Mothers. Something or other.
Ah,
Yeah,
religion.
right.
And he just nods.
Mhm.
It's a big deal to those guys. Gestures to Zik.
I see. He just turns and points at Zig. Zig, you wake up. Like, you feel pretty damn refreshed. Cinderella's just staring at you.
Oh, he was not about Grace.
As I probably.
Like,
Oh,
you feel like you've had like a nice 8 hours sleep, by the way, just so you know.
yeah. Right.
Cinderella just leaned in again really close and says, "Who is Grace? How is the void egg important? And where is it?"
These are all questions I've been wondering. Thanks for asking, Sandale.
Okay. Grace is the burning mother, the sun.
See, that's what I said.
That's what I said.
The mother and the son.
Yes. And
Right. Which? And he just looks at you.
I mean, sun like the star at the center of our. system.
yes, not son as in child of mother.
Although who
Yes.
knows?
But yeah.
Grace is a star. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Nods.
It's gracious. That's the point vaguely towards the sun.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's.
I feel like Solarians should just know where the sun is at all points, right? Like, you feel
Yeah.
like same with
Yeah.
star shamans, right? That feels like something you should be able to do. But yet,
Just
you
like
just don't
point
get
to
that
the sun.
stuff, which sucks. That'd be like a nifty little thing going, "Well, where's the sun? Oh, that's that way." How'd you know that? Just do. It's like that always knowing what way north is in D&D thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
if as long as I can see stars, I know where I am in relation to stars
Yes.
mechanically. So
Yeah,
that's
that is a nice feature of the Star Shaman, yeah. And definitely helps because you're a pilot as well, I suppose.
good. Yeah.
I'm more of the wormhole variant anyway,
Yeah.
right? So
Mhm.
stars.
Supernova, Godzilla breath. Yeah, we got it.
But yeah, and then I think you just go on to say, well, she has three eggs, and the solar egg, the Daza, we've been calling it the rad egg because it's radioactive and powering Daza, and the void egg.
I don't think I ever called it
I
that. Sorry.
Pretty rad name.
Sindel just
And-
goes, "It is brief, yes."
Mm.
He looks back as like,
it's
"Who has the eggs?"
the rad egg is at Daza, at the center, being
What is Daza?
a place in Hackathon.
Right. And who? And then he kind of like looks for the word and goes, "Protects the egg on Daza."
Edgar was keeping
Self.
his eye on it, but
Who is
it's
Edgar?
kind of
He was a gun runner we worked for. Basically, that's a simplification.
he's a rainbow shadow demon.
Yeah,
the
he's from
Rainbow Shadow Demon.
And
A Breerveth.
But
Yes.
yes,
See, exactly. You know what we're talking about.
Sindel
Yeah,
turns on the spot and just looks at you all and says,
heat energy.
puts his hand up. "You all have dealings with a Breerveth."
Either
Unfortunately.
that's a really good thing, or now I'm starting to think a really bad.
It's
Probably a bad
thing.
thing.
He's not really the nicest guy, but he's not.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been alright with us, but yeah.
I'll
he's-
deal with
I mean,
like
He puts his hand up again. "The Breerveth were gods in the old days. And there's a tremble to his voice when he says that.
Yeah, he's not so much anymore.
And it kind of pretend gods.
And he looks at you
Yeah.
and he says, "Power is." He just leaves it at that, Zora.
Everyone, God.
I don't really thought. Oh my!
Where is this Edgar, if not guarding the egg?
On our other ship.
Where is that?
Cindy, you're
Space clicks out. Split.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of way of tracking orbital position, right? There's probably coordinates of some kind that I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, there's probably some sci-fi variant you can throw in here.
Yeah, some measurement away.
Mm-hmm.
this is clearly a concern. You.
But the egg kind of protects itself.
On
Yeah.
account of the radiation, I guess.
Insanely radioactive.
Yes, like spikes.
Like melty skin spikes.
Snell nods and smiles at you, Zig. And that leaves two. One within Abadar.
Potentially, yeah. And is Weird still on speakerphone?
Yeah, I assume so, unless he
Oh,
just
cool.
decided I'm done.
I'm bored of this conversation.
Mhm.
No, I'll kick it out.
And I think Sig starts with the solar egg is a bit more complicated.
Explain.
We had it. We went to take it to the sun, and then got sent to a different place. Then Weird sorted it out, and then I went back in time, and then me from the future sent people back to take the egg before Weird did something. So now it's in the future with probably me.
Right. He just nods like you took all of that in completely normally. But where is it now?
I don't think it is now.
Right. Where is this Weird?
Also, ship.
On the other ship with Edgar.
Is he on the line? You can maybe.
Yes, I'm present.
Yes, you should be. And then you appear. You just materialize in the room.
Okay, well, you can still do that.
Um,
I think when you say that, he looks at you and goes, "Power is." And then looks at you where he goes, "Where is the solar egg?"
I'd prefer if you asked next time before teleporting me.
I will put you back.
No. I'm okay now. I'm here.
What was it you said? I never heard you because of the laughing.
I'm okay now that I'm here.
He just kind of looks at you like he doesn't understand your issue with just being brought.
So the egg, I handed it to an aspect of Triune and asked them to nudge it just a second into the future.
Wise. He just nods at you.
So yes, it should never be present in the present.
Yes. Religion or pragmatism? And he looks at you for an answer.
Yes.
He kind of just nods and looks at you, Lyko, like, you okay with that answer?
Well, okay, sure, whatever. I don't. I pick up another drink.
Yeah, you can see Sanida's just go to now. And he goes, do you require this egg now? He looks at everybody. Mainly Zig, really, in this.
I guess. Do we really want? want?
I think Zig takes a second to kind of
From when?
replay it in his head. A second from every moment. And yeah, just to kind of like figure out, like kind of think to himself, like, okay, what is future me's actual plan here?
That's a really good thing to do in RP in general, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, but future me who's already made the decision.
Yeah.
Which is it's complicated, man. And I think he just
Well, do you remember what happened
know
in
what?
that like time? So let's just have a quick recap of what happened. You wandered the halls of your old, like, solar monastery, and then you saw a bunch of people, like, done up in suits and business-like and almost looking like agents of something. And you see,
Shield.
yeah, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. turn up, and yeah, you've got, obviously, you and Isabel had a big chat about how you apparently sent her back to stop you going back to stop you going back. Yep. And obviously, this time she made sure the picture didn't fall, your locket thing. Not your locket, your photo frame that you gave to Nida.
Yeah.
Made sure that one didn't fall this time. Yeah, just little things like that happened. She definitely seemed like organised with staff, right? So you remembered that much, and then you were sent on your merry way.
Yes.
The long way round, back to the party.
I know. Sucked. I think Zig says yes.
Right. And then it just materializes the egg in front of you, and the entire room like warms up and lightens up with the golden glow.
That's Zig's response.
I was muted. I actually said something I didn't realize.
Okay, what did you say?
So you can just do that, huh?
If it's misaligned in time, a nudge is nothing.
Okay.
I tried my best.
Very sensible. He just nods at you.
King Zig, you're the man with the plan.
You wished to return it to its mother, yes? Do you still
Indeed.
wish to do that?
Yeah.
Then do not get lost this time.
Zig just kind of like nods affirmatively.
Mm-hmm. So Dale just looks around. Every day.
No, you send me back.
Do you want to go back when I took you, or now?
Now would cause the least
You-
disturbance.
I think by the time you say disturbance, you're staring at Edgar.
Did you notice I was gone?
Yep.
Oh, that's such a... that's-
I say, good. And then turn back and get on with work.
He just like
Amazing.
nods and then just takes another mouthful of crisps in his mouth. Just carries on observing the work and what he's allowed to help with. Yeah.
Oh,
Huh.
So Sindel now looks at the remaining 3 and the big egg in the middle of the room and says,
so did we just
"Well,
fire it at the sun?
he looks at you and goes, no."
I'm with Sindel on that one.
Remember, lobbing things across space isn't the best subject for a
I mean-
bone sage.
It's true. But
Like,
I mean,
it blew up their planet. They also lobbed Urgalas through space and it came back and basically wiped out who survived the planet destruction. So it's not been great lobbing
so
stuff
if we
through
get
space.
really close to the sun and then fire it at it,
Do
Big
we
damn
know
sure it
what
is.
would happen
Could just
if it has energies? Perhaps they would be misaligned with its mother.
I mean, it's probably got rid of them for a reason, right? Just brutal, honestly.
I mean, if that's what Zora says.
then. What? Well, I know we don't want to take this thing to Triaxis and hand it to whoever we encounter there. Probably Arrakis. Seems like we should probably make a decision about this pretty quick.
Sindel just looks at the egg, just tilts his head at it, and then looks at Zig.
And in Frodo fashion, he'll be like, I will take the egg to the sun. Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
No.
Oh
it
dear
doesn't.
God, Callum. Well done. It does not have the same ring. You're right.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even catch that. Genuinely didn't catch that.
I did not catch that at all.
Don't worry, I'm here to catch
I
you
would
for
check
both of you.
deliberate.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this was all planned.
Hey, I mean, it sounded deliberate to me. It was good. Oh dear. Anyway, so Sindel just again looks like he's awkward and in the way, and looks around as if he doesn't understand why he's still here.
I tell him fuck it off. Sorry.
I mean, you don't necessarily need to tell him to bugger off either, though, right? If you can think of
Yeah.
something else for him to do, because he has no obligations now, right? If he's no longer a
Yeah.
bone sage, assumedly.
If you have some time, I would be
How much do you require?
around a conversation's worth.
Yes.
We're going to return to the subject of the electroencephalon. Now seems as good a time as any.
No.
Ah,
A personal conversation. Yes.
I can leave. You can leave. The point towards Zig. He can leave.
That was an affirmative nod, not
Oh, no,
I realised that's
Listen.
Where do you
More of a
do you two want to leave the room then?
I'll leave.
Where'd you go?
Uh,
You go chasing Thanida. Remember, she went
I
downstairs.
was there. I'll go
Actually,
see
yeah, it's
my-
not a bad idea.
What are you going to do with the egg? Just leave it in the room?
That's fine now.
Okay,
Just go up
it's
Bone
fine.
Sage next.
Yep.
Yeah, up X
I
Bone
mean,
Sage.
it's probably as safe
Bone
as
Sage to B next
if
to
let's
it.
be around here. Don't call me.
So, yeah. Use we'll come back to that conversation in a wee second, Lyko. Use head downstairs towards the recuperation center of the ship, remember? Which is just the pool area. And yeah. I think you walk in. And yeah, you see Thanida standing over Query. Way at the other side of the ship, obviously. And it definitely looks like she's got him by the throat.
I mean, reasonable. To be honest, I kind of wanted to date myself, and I'm kind of halfway single. Neither. I mean,
You
it's
just
understandable.
hear a growl
I mean,
as she like half turns to acknowledge that you even exist. But you are like a full swimming pool level, like or like distance away from them, so you can bridge the gap if you wish by walking around.
Or bridge the pool.
Yeah.
well, I understand how you feel. I mean, quite frankly, I'm a little bit envious of your position right now.
And then you just hear Query going, "Help me, you idiot!"
That you hush your wished.
You look at like maybe like as you start as you get closer, you can see he is bleeding.
Yes.
Like she straight up broke his nose.
Oh, right, that's that. Again, I'm quite envious. I
I have
mean,
done things you would only dream of doing.
As you get closer, she just like lobs him at your feet.
good.
It does not look like it was graceful because she is not like mega strong or anything. It's just this was clearly amped up angry Thanida. She throws him, and he kind of lands and rolls near the clank of his cyber leg as he rolls, and the blood splatter between the kind of bed that he was on and the the place at your feet. And she just looks like she's breathing heavily, and blood over one hand. She goes, "He won't talk. Make him talk. Surely you can do that. You're Vesk. You must have interrogation techniques that aren't as invasive as mine." As you like hesitate, she goes, "You tell me he is responsible. He has knowledge of how this universe will or could end." She looks at you like, "What aren't you getting?"
I agree. And well, she brings up a good point, Query.
Query's like clutching his nose in like almost fetal position at your feet.
That's fine.
And he just looks up at you and he goes, "I don't know anything. You know that." As he's clutching his nose. And he's like, "Also, why would you tell her that?"
Because it's a valid point, and she's part of the crew, and I mean, I've been wondering it myself for quite a while. Like,
Like he tries to sit up and he does that thing where he uses like your leg as like, a support, and he just shuffles his way around to behind you. As he sits on the floor, and then kind of has his back to your leg, and clutches his nose, and he just looks at you, Zig, apologetically.
I think Zig just says. I think he kind of, kind of rubs his forehead a bit, kind of not tiredly because he's very well rested, but like
Stressfully.
this is just too much stress. Like,
Mhm.
can everything just stop now?
That's what they're trying to avoid, Zig.
And oh, that's how the universe
Yeah.
ends. Ah. And he just says, "Look, you're the only survivor of your universe, supposedly, and you haven't really given us much to go on to prevent this universe's demise."
And he kind of
That's
like
no
he blinks and just looks up at both of you, and like kind of mumbles through his hands as he's clutching his nose, going, "I have told you I don't know anything. If I knew it, I would tell you, because guess what? I'm in this universe now."
that character.
Mhm.
How would you feel about mind linking with him, Chick?
So that would only, that's only giving him.
True.
Tanira's exact threat was, "You all gave her shit last time she put a guy in a coma," which is why she didn't do it instantly. She just
Well,
wanted to punch
I
him in the
mean-
nose.
When universes are at stake, I mean, Gora's not against it, but I mean, he's got different morals.
I don't think Zig would do it unless prompted or asked to. Like his immediate response is not going to be, "I'll just mind link and show you the terrifying thing that now is aware of your existence."
But then is that as scary as what happened to his world, right? Like, or his universe? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
you're saying, this thing might end our universe, and he's like, yeah, I came from one.
It would need to be Mary Afanida-esque. Capade.
Yeah, like, she has the power to take, right?
Mm.
And yeah, but she is aware, she's a reformed captain now. So, and I mean, this guy was in her care. It might look bad if she puts him in a coma.
Guess this is turning into a moral dubiosity of ask her to do it.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it comes down to. You're the only person that outranks her. Right?
Can I ask her?
See?
I'm fed up with him.
Why do we think he's holding? Like, I know that he hasn't been super forthcoming, but do we really think he has much?
It's more along the lines of like maybe he knows something he doesn't even understand, right?
Like he might not be aware that but he's
Fair.
obviously existed in the universe that died, so he knows like what's happened in that universe,
Yeah, we've
or
not
at
even
least
had
some part of it. There might be something.
He's only told us his universe ended and he's the only survivor. How did he even get here? We haven't told that.
Yeah, that's Weird's fault.
Okay.
Weird asked one of the parts of Tryon if he could just come in.
Yeah, don't ask it, yeah.
Fuck it, I'm still for mindset them. Fucking.
I mean, you're the only one there, unless you're going to do a conference call with folks. Like, yeah, you're the only one there.
It's ultimately your call, whatever the case, right? You're the captain, admiral.
You're the captain.
Is that, or you leave that room and you just never ask questions again?
Oh fuck, I'm going to ask. So, for either, when everybody was like, probably shouldn't six up people's brains.
Gives you like an unkind look when you say it that way.
How do you feel about a bit brain sucking?
I think the look she has on her face is the exact same one that Query has on his face as they both look at you. Zig, what do you think from that? Because remember, this did put a guy in a coma.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is tough.
It's when you mind thrust a captain into the pool, like.
I mean, I'm making a suggestion, right?
Exactly. No, definitely. I just want to know what.
Like,
But this is like going back to that irradiate conversation, right? This is, having powers and how to use them conversation Zig struggled with for a bit a long time
Oh,
ago.
no,
Yeah.
in this instance.
What was that? Was
I
that Alex?
really-
Sorry, in the midst
I
of all
said
that.
something responsibility.
Yes, yes.
With
Mhm.
large powers,
When you can do the things that I can do, and you don't, you're bad. Yes,
as the mass of your responsibility increases, the power that you require to be responsible.
Yep.
Uh,
The work done
yeah.
is
Responsibility times acceleration equals the force of good and no wait.
If your uncle gets shot,
Anyway, so
if you
Zig.
donate to charity at high speed and be Yeti.
I think Zig will just say, "Is this really the best idea?"
Because remember,
I want
Sindel.
eyes
So
on the
let's
kite.
rewind a bit. So like for Zig, keep in mind Sindel's approach. This might be painful. Is he just gave you a good night's sleep? Like Sindel literally was like, I'm not even gonna read this guy. Like I can just tell he's covered in time, because that's kind of Sindel's thing, and
Yeah.
he just gave you a rest because clearly you were knackered, or hysterical, or traumatized, or all of the above.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
Yeah,
they're not mutually exclusive.
not with Zig in this campaign. And yeah, so that was his approach, and this is Abe, obviously, in his heyday, the leaders of the Bone Sages who were like a force of nightmares in the solar system. And your captain's just been like, comatose this guy. Just to kind of give it some kind of perspective of what you've been through in the last, I don't know, minute.
Are you able to do that without, and then just like kind of, when you kind of mouth / whisper something so that the person can't hear, but obviously they definitely
Mhm.
can. You just go close, and then just like head nods to thing
Like
to
like Query like scrambles away a little bit further and goes, "She ain't sucking my brain. No,
It's not literally sucking your brain.
doesn't matter. Doesn't sound good.
It's more like a little
Would you
bit
let
of
it happen to
information
you, huh,
distraction.
big guy?
I mean,
After you just jumped universe, everything dead? No, you let it happen to you? You guys crossed my
I
leg, and I'm
men.
still here trying to help.
We've
Why
got
would
an
I go
arm
through
leg,
this?
look at this.
I mean,
Still
you're
got
trying
an
to give him a brain.
not
He just
not
looks up
literally.
at you like panicking, covered in blood, obviously down his face.
Not literally, just figuratively.
He just shakes his head in horror, like, no.
No, but seriously, like, this universe is at stake. If there's something in your head that can maybe, like, Finida can maybe see and maybe make more sense of.
She exhales as if calming herself, and she like you can see her just looking at the hand also covered in his blood, and then she says, "It's not an exact science, though." She just says it like that.
I mean, none of this is. Clutching at straws, but like, you're a sole survivor. There's got to be something in that.
Yes,
Weird
being
skull
the
you-
survivor. That's the part I like. Just looks at you like, this doesn't sound safe. This doesn't feel safe. I am not safe. And he goes like slowly help himself up to the standing.
I don't think you're realizing what we're saying here.
Goes,
None of us are safe.
No. My nose hurts. And
can I just heal him, please?
if you want, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just give him
Just-
a cheeky wee.
Just like walk up to him and then just. Because I think he'll flinch obviously if you come near him.
That's fine. I'll just like slowly go to him and say it's okay.
Oh, what's okay?
Okay.
Puts
And
his
then,
hands up like, what? No, what's okay?
And like, can I just like kind of like clasp one of his hands
Yeah.
and I'll give him a cheeky wee Mystic Cure.
Yeah.
I did click it, but
Yeah, it's in. Yeah, it's in.
oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's 31 damage.
Yep. Evidently.
Have some healing damage.
Yep. Yeah, and I think he
Mark that off.
you can see obviously like, the face trying to reknit a little bit of the bruising on his, crooked nose. And then I just kind of sighs heavily, reminding everybody she's still in the room. And then Curry says, "It doesn't exactly make up for this potential lobotomy you have me booked in for now. So I think I'm just gonna check out now. That's what I'm gonna do. So it's been fun."
I wish I had like sleep or something.
He did have a sleep.
Oh yeah.
So he just slowly backs away towards the door. Finaya just again makes a noise and says, "Well, there goes the answer to our universe blowing up."
Well, you just gotta blow up along with it. It's all good.
She gives you another look like, "What? No." Yeah. Yeah. So just let him leave.
I mean,
He can't go anywhere unless he's going to take a shuttle, so he is still on board the Azure Flare. So,
that's a good point, though.
Like,
I mean, I will think about that, and he's not still on my fucking shuttle. So, like,
I mean, he'd need to obviously hack his way through all that shit if he could, so.
Yeah, he's more than meets the eye though. So
I know that's what I'm thinking. Like, he's not really what he lets on to be.
Pulls out his little toolkit from his new robo leg, with his new pocket in it, and just
I'm saying he's like a
picks
fucking
lots.
super genius. Or maybe he is a super fucking genius. I don't know, man. Just don't trust him.
That's fair.
I'll go keep an eye on him. I think
Yeah.
Zig will say that. I was like, I'll go keep an eye. And
Thumbs up.
Yeah, and I think I should do like
scurry
tonight.
off after him.
Tonight I'll just walk up so she's like in line with you, as if she's both majestically watching your child run off into its future together. And she looks at it and she goes, "All things considered, I think you handled that badly." And she pushes in the pool.
Me? Okay.
Was any reaction at all to that, or just?
I would scoff and say, I guess, because that's about all I can do. Fucking.
She just if you just laugh, she'll just laugh, and then she'll just jump in after you. Quite frankly,
Here was me being diplomatic. Makes man knows.
yeah.
Like.
So we cut away from you guys, and we head back to previously in that conversation between Edgar instead and Weird. I know.
Yes.
So
Edgar.
Edgar finishes his bag of crisps and goes, "So how's all this going?" I'd say like you've comfortably finished the devesking. Now, by the way, we've done our 4 hours easily.
The Vesking.
Mhm.
The Vesking.
Task is complete. Now, are you only good at hunting skittermanders in the drift?
No, but that sounds like an amazing sport.
One specific skittermander. We want him back alive.
Hmm. How did you lose a skittermander in the drift?
He strapped a drift drive to a power armor suit.
Well, I'll do it. Yeah. As he like scratches at his chin and like rubs his, after scratching his chin, he rubs his hand through his hair. He goes, "This was your skittermander, I take it."
Well, Craig was his own entity.
Right. So, do you have something of Craig's?
What sense?
Like something he liked or had or was important to him, or sympathetic magic, he just says to you.
I pull up a picture of the. I pull up the link to the forums.
He kind of like scratches the back and goes, technomancy isn't really my speciality.
Well, Jig has a gun that he was given by him.
Alice walks in eating a yogurt and just mumbles through her yogurt, I'm a technomancer. But mostly full of yogurt.
Yep.
And she just looks at the two of you. And Edgar just looks at you.
Well, can you tap into this, Alice, or shall we get the 6 gun?
Zig has a gun, Edgar
CC
says.
gave it to him.
Alright, that would probably work better than a forum. Yes. For me at least. I don't know about any gestures to Alice, and she just like nods with her yogurt by like raising it in salute to him. And the girl goes, where is this gun?
I assume on 6 person.
Zig, where's the gun CC gave you?
It's on Zig's person.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you've got open comms, right? Or you have comms at least. I don't know how open they still are.
I won't leave it hanging for Edgar to handle.
Yeah. So you're happy to leave that up to Edgar, yeah?
Yeah, I've given him the task.
Cool. Pause on that, right? Because I'll come back to that conversation. So Zig, see when you're going to chase after Query. Like all my NPCs are clashing now in my brain. You chase after Query, you'll get a call from Edgar. So we'll checkpoint that for now. Lyko. They two leave, and you and Sindel share a look of. And he looks back at the egg and looks and goes, perhaps we should go to a different room. He just nods and kind of like half shuts his eyes.
I sort of half shrug and leave to go to.
Well, you can go to like the dining area or the bridge or wherever.
The dining
like
area
yeah,
should be fine.
yeah. You walk through, and then he just like watches you like the door closing behind you, and he says, "You wish to discuss us?" He nods.
Yeah. We said we pick back up on the issue of the electroencephalon.
Yes.
The whole affair was extremely disconcerting for me. I didn't expect to find that I had one.
I am responsible, of course.
How?
Because I made it.
Sure, but how?
He looks at you like he doesn't understand the question.
You can just make them without the involvement person? Or...
Your tone implies simplicity. He kind of like shakes his head slowly, side to side.
Okay. I am not.
I made you twice now.
Yeah, that's.
It sounds like the most mafia conversation ever now, but yeah, it's fine. Or twice made man. The undead mafia. If we knew who was going to get involved, the ex-cop, in the undead mafia, yep, it's always going to be Colin. Yeah, and he looks and he goes, you died, and I borrowed you. He nods.
Yeah.
And then you are Barai. For me.
you did something before my first reanimation.
Calyx goes, I am the cause of it. Of all Barai.
Yeah.
They live because of me.
Was it at that point that electroencephalon was created?
He kind of like nods slowly. It is one step in a journey. Yes.
Oh.
What was it you're saying?
Oh, sorry. I was rather quiet there
Mm.
on purpose, but purposely quiet. He was saying, so I've had it all along. Sort of
Yes.
wistfully almost.
And he kind of like, he just bluntly says, yes, in his weird kind of half questioning, half statement way. And he says, but it was not embraced until, and he waves vaguely, the archive. He nods.
Okay.
Do you wish me to end your life now?
I'd rather not.
He nods and he goes, I would prefer this also.
What implications do these have for me? Does this have for me? Does the electroencephalon?
He grins at that, like the madman with the cushions and the feathers that you remember from long ago.
Yeah.
And then he says, rebirth.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to say it, but I'm sure you probably guessed that I was hoping to say that.
He looks at you and he looks at you like he knows more, right? Like a cheeky look.
Rebirth. Mechanically, how does that? Is it just a thing that automatically, if I were to, he sort of makes a gesture of like a bullet in the head. Would I just?
He waves his hand vaguely, and then he's like, he taps the table that he's next to, and goes, how does this dispense liquid? He starts tapping it with his fingers, like he's playing a piano.
Is it the table with the guy? The guy.
So
robot?
remember, like Cecil is like a TV screen that hangs from the ceiling that comes
Yeah.
from the kitchen. You're in the dining room, but the
Oh,
table
yeah.
does dispense everything out of it.
All right, yeah, it sort of emerges from it. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes through here and
Get
areas.
me a brittle container for liquid. And liquid. He starts tapping the table again, looking at it puzzlingly, as if it's challenging him.
How did I get set? How did I get Cecil's
Just
attention?
ask for it, like,
Come
yeah.
on.
Remember, there's also
Yes.
just a menu that you can
Cecil.
just tap on the table and order it, remember?
Oh yeah, hold on. He remembers that.
Yeah.
And hits, glass of water.
Yeah. Then it pops out, and he goes, ah, and he just smiles at it, and he picks it up, and he says, this is you. He sits it down. And then he just looks at you.
Uh-huh.
And then he puts his finger into the water and it all turns like blue. Like nice glowing cyany blue.
Okay. That fits with
This is
previous
you
experience.
as now. And he waves at
Nodding
the...
to Bollock.
And he just uses his hand like a cat and swipes it off the table so it falls and smashes. Now you are dead.
Sure.
And you look back at him and he just hands you the glass again. And you look down and there's no broken glass.
Okay. And is it full still of water?
Water, not glowing blue light.
Okay. See.
And he looks at it and goes,
See.
once.
Once.
And he just
Okay.
bats it out of your hand and it smashes. And obviously this time it stays.
Can it be renewed?
Not for you. He kind of like nods.
Not so bad.
This is why our numbers have not returned. Because now maybe it's
Yeah.
clicking. There were like 150, give or take, of the bone sages, and if they can all just be reborn through electroencephalon nonsense, like why aren't they all back?
Yeah, I guess I just sort of assumed it was because something the Librian was able to do, but yeah, this
Right.
makes
Which is amazing
Okay.
for Sindel, right? The conversation with him, if it does make any
Yeah.
sense.
I see where you're coming from. That
Yes.
does.
It is my gift and gratitude for what you have given.
Well, yeah.
I will still kill you if you wish, though. And he puts a hand on your shoulder and like reassuringly nods.
There will be no need. I'm sure I'll find my own death soon enough.
Sunday, I was always going
Hopefully
your
not
back,
too
man.
soon.
What's that? Yeah, right? Like, with a knife ready, in case you need it. Yep.
And I should thank you also for. Wow.
He waves his hand and just like dismissing us. You already have.
I know them.
He nods.
Okay. Well, I am glad we have had this discussion. Not quite sure what I'm going to do with this information just yet, but it's gonna come in handy to know that sooner or later, I'm sure.
I am sure. He nods and smiles in his genteel way.
So, I think I got everything I need there.
If you're happy,
And-
we'll cut away. Yeah, I don't mind leaving it at that with just him smiling pleasantly at you. The way Sonaida smiles at Zig is probably creepy. Yeah, and then we'll cut back to Zig's comm going as he's trying to follow query.
I think it just answers it and carries on following query. Same time.
Zig,
Yep.
Mayasoki.
Oh,
You hear Edgar's
hi.
voice. Quick question. So, I've been given a job, high, part of the crew now. It's very new. And I was thinking, me, you, Alison, maybe Weird if he's into it. This obviously sounds shitty as fuck already.
Yeah.
So I heard you lost somebody in Drift Space. Guy called Craig. Bit of a Skittermander.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So you have a gun that he gave you. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Right. So I have a thing about sympathetic magic. It's kind of how, remember when I borrowed you and it was not meant to be you, it was meant it was you. You were really useful. Remember, and we survived and we escaped together. It was really useful.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do that. But I had an idea.
I think Zig kind of stops.
Yeah.
Like he's now like completely focused on what Edgar's about to say.
Yeah, now you just lose track of query by this point.
Yeah.
But turns a corner that you don't follow around. And Edgar says, well, you're sensitive to, well, everything, I've noticed. And that's a good thing. So I think I'm going to try and amplify that. Don't worry. It sounds a lot more dangerous than it. Don't worry. And it's what we're going to do. So, you have some technical expertise, but you also, you know the ways. And he leaves it at that.
Uh-huh.
So, you know sonar.
Yes. I'm aware of sonar.
Right. So I'm going to make you a big ear, and you're going to listen, and we're going to design a ping that will highlight your friend in the drift. And you're going to attune to that. So you'll kind of be like a compass. Like the Starstone.
Oh, okay.
Okay? And I need your help building a drift bomb. And that's where we go to credits.
Now I'm into this.
Yeah, and I think you
Turns out
obviously...
you have more in common than you realise.
And I think that's going to be like definitely within earshot of you because it's probably just in the room, the conference room, with Alice and Weird. So literally, Alice, Weird, and Edgar are clearly really into bombs, all of them, quite frankly, and they kind of need you to be the big mystical ear to listen.
A mystical ear
Mm-hmm.
to facilitate
Right, with the big
a
ears.
bomb addiction on crew.
Oh dear. So
Oh
that yeah,
dear.
that is the end of that session. What do you just want to call it? Because there is a bunch of suggestions. I really like from when purely because it sums up this game. To be honest, the amount of times we get into it.
I like. I think did you notice I was gone? Which I think so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna split my vote between that and the other one of that, and I'm also going to vote for me.
I see.
Does that help?
No.
Okay.
Zara, any suggestions?
Then it's in character.
I can't really think of much.
Just replay what happened.
It's a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What about Coma so good?
I mean, I was for it.
You're gonna do that poor guy dirty. I feel for him. I genuinely do.
I really was, but I mean, end of the day, I mean, that's blown up.
This is why I said we're not the good guys.
Yeah.
All these sessions ago.
We worked for Edgar. Right, we already fucking explained that.
Even Sindel judged you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I judged it for that from
Yeah.
second one.
Yeah. To be fair, it was quite a good inroads to this campaign, to be fair.
At the end of the day, I'm a Vesk, right? I mean, what's this one dude in that sort of scale? So it's fine. It's not fine, I mean, but didn't force him, right?
So,
oh, I did force him, but it's gone.
right, Alex, can you fix all the capitals in that sentence for me? Did you notice I was gone? Because I think it's one based on the votes as it is.
Every other letter should be a cat.
I was going to say, did you want capitals in any particular place? So
I think you know where I want them, but I'm eager to see where you're going to put them first. And then I'll wait until they go where I need them to be. Excuse me. Perfect.
I mean, it's still on the cards, right? We should still definitely
there you
brainstorm.
go. Fulfill both of the requirements.
I appreciate that. So, did you notice I was gone? Okay, that's not bad, not bad. Brain suck him, yeah.
Or Brian suck. No, I'm lying.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
a much worse phrase, really. It's a lot less mysterious. Yeah. Right. And I feel like putting the boss in bioweapons is about as lengthy as this. Also, I think Super Colossal Ultranaut is maybe as lengthy as this.
Super Colossal Ultranaut is just an excellent.
Yeah.
I think we should use more often.
I think you just need to get yourselves one. That's what's going to make the game
If
better.
only we're relevant
That's
more
going to
often.
be the goal.
That's when I'll become. That's when I won't actually feel bad about getting called an admiral. That's when I'll actually start feeling
When you have
That's when
a
we'll
super
start
colossal
sounding
ultranaut.
right. Like,
When you have a Super
If I had the
Colossal.
Super Colossal Ultranaut, I probably would tell people. Hear me, what a swatch, I'm a Super Colossal
yeah, I'm a
Ultranaut.
fucking admiral of the Super Colossal Ultranaut.
So, meanwhile, back in the goals page, did anything happen?
What are goals? Yes.
Yeah, a lot actually. There's maybe I say a lot. There's a few. 2.
You made
Three.
no
Piece of
progress
camping
on yours.
Well, let's work through it. Zora. No.
Not mine.
Lyko.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah? I think you've very definitively got an answer. It involved Sindel holding like a cup of water as per usual, but it's fine.
He's not the king of metaphors, is he?
No. He's really not. I really like Sindel though. He's a really fun character to play.
All night long.
Excellent,
Anyway, that's the
excellent,
song.
excellent.
Seen that.
Oh, I didn't mean to do
That's
that.
good.
Fine.
So, weird?
Yes. I
Okay.
have not done that.
Okay, so I'm assuming Zora. Oh god, why? Why is this our lives?
I fixed it.
What?
Why? Oh my god. Everything's horrible. Anyway, so Zora, are you keeping yours or changing it?
I'll keep it.
Okay. And weird? Keeping or changing?
Keeping it. Only
Cool.
needs one conversation and she's not dead.
Yeah, right. Like that's really handy. Your business is secure again. Zig,
Hello.
I see you have changed yours.
Does that mean I win?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it does not.
I guess deliver solar egg to sun.
Is that by lobbing it into the sun or delivering it to Grace?
To I think. Do you know what?
Yeah.
Getting it to the solar monastery to then get to Grace, I think, is
Okay.
the idea.
Yeah.
It's the most sensible idea for Zig.
Yeah, sure.
The last place you put it.
Oops.
It's okay.
It was stolen for that before.
Monastragd.
I don't know how to
Yeah.
spell. I don't know how to
That's
spell
an Isoki
monastery,
word.
but solar mon.
Mon Distillery.
Isn't it monastery?
Mon Distillery. Yes, there you go.
Monastery.
It is a quite an awkward word, isn't it, actually?
Yeah, I
Mono
typed it 3
stereo.
times and I was like, no, I can't.
Mon S.
They all look wrong.
If you
Harry.
just think about mono and stereo, and then
Monas-
don't spell it like either of those.
No,
It's monastery.
monastery. Monastery. Monastery. There we go.
Yeah, fucking words.
That's okay. Monastery.
Mm-hmm.
Monastery. Anyway,
Stone
to
of Mary.
deliver the solar egg. Imagine people just jumping in the chat at this point. We just have us.
Devil the solar eggs, yeah.
Yep, so deliver solar egg to solar monastery. Yep. No other monastery will do. Excellent. Right, so
Good.
general goals. Deliver Edgar to Traxxas. No, he ain't there yet. Still doing
No.
this?
Uh-huh.
I think we should.
Why not?
Discover what happened to Cece. I mean,
Not going.
sounds like Edgar's on that now.
I have
Over
delegated.
help.
Yes, you have. You have delegated. And I feel like you're also possibly going to be involved in it now. Now that you've mentioned your favourite word. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Conclude the Kivalari case. That's still ongoing because there's been no word back
Get
from
in there. We
Babak.
didn't
Yep.
listen. He didn't get back to me.
Nope. Babak has not got back to you.
Not got back to me. He's not
Yep.
baby got back to me.
No, he has not. He's too busy bringing sexy Babak.
Alien feeds the Oakland booty.
Gain
on.
useful MO info.
Don't think so. Did we?
Not even mentioned once this session, which is actually a
I
rarity.
mentioned her. I said Maracas.
Did you? I don't remember that.
Yeah,
but
I
yeah,
mentioned
cool.
her in the context of like we should probably not just take the orb, the egg to wherever we're going because that was probably too
Yeah.
Maracas.
I
did
think
say
you're right.
that.
Yep. Cool. No info gained. Right. Are we keeping that? Same with the Kivalari case. I assume we're keeping that. I just assumed. But
I would hope so.
okay. What about the MO info? Because really the question is there another goal that feels like it should be in the general list?
The singe.
So how do we feel about the MO thing? We still want to pursue that? Yeah or nay?
Can I put in speak to them, I guess, because that might actually come at pretty soon.
I mean, It's up to you guys, right? Do you think it's going to be more pressing? Yeah. I mean, you are actually going to an actual meeting,
Yeah, I mean that's
as opposed to a maybe meeting with Emma.
It depends on
Could
what
die.
the pathways go here, but like if we're going to try Axis next, then that's going to be next session. If we're kind of done where we are, which I think we are for the most part.
Well, there's no actual reason to be where you are, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't know where Babak is, so you just sent him through space comms to his.
What is love?
I know, right? Right. So ensure weird removes FESC safeguard protocols.
I believe done.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do you believe?
Maybe.
I believe it's done.
What is this?
What?
What is this madness over here? The who is Zig and what does he do?
The second what?
Who is thinking? What does he do?
Nope. None of this on this page.
Where's that?
Somebody's trying to frame me.
Yep.
Who's framing me?
Like what?
Where is it? I don't even see it.
Copy ideas.
I don't see it either.
So I'm just going to start removing levels. Yep, we're just going to go back to the start of the game. Just start again.
I can see that this was an edit by Colin McCulloch.
Hey, don't dox me.
Right. I just right clicked on
My
the.
name's Three
edit.
Bats.
Just give me a thing there.
I just found that I could have the edit history and my brain started reading before editing.
It's alright.
That's a new feature.
We'll cut that out in post.
Yeah, no.
Nobody watches this. Like. But yeah,
Or
fix
Hey, I
I'll
this.
see
just
something.
drop a different
Good.
surname for you every week.
Yeah.
You know, add to the mythos.
Haven't I given that away?
Or have we? Anyway, so goals.
Anyway.
It's all part of the conspiracy.
I guess I didn't think we could have just kept getting useful ML1 for one.
Depends though.
Really?
Do you have anything else you need to do?
I mean, if you just can think of it now.
Build drift bomb.
You do know that you are also in part of this conversation because you can't just delegate that instantly away like you just did there. If you can think of anything else, you are part of that convo.
I mean, I can't.
You have a list here of ideas that's
Build
that are
drift bomb.
yeah. I mean, a drift bomb would probably kill Himani.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it will
Maybe
conclude
we
the
should-
Laurie case.
Finally gather an intern. To you next week.
Find query a role in the crew is my personal favourite. What about that one?
Oh.
Gain useful query info.
Again, just info from queries.
You could, depending on how you take Sindael's statement, you might need to remove Tectolanis to Mulgesh's ally. I feel like he's already sorted that.
Like,
So, are we keeping useful MO info, or do we have another champion for the cause? What do you think? So, Nico, anything pressing to Zora that matters? Also, this goal is still not corrected to fix it. Or this idea, I should say.
most of just the squeeze stuff off of the Mugesh and see what's start poking on that front mostly.
Lyco, you've obviously got a personal goal that Alex has conveniently helped you with. But you've got a
You
personal
can
goal.
use this list when it happens.
You've got a personal goal, and you've got a, potential swapping out MO goal. So what's the thoughts there? Any?
I did not realise I was muted until I read that.
You're
Yeah,
all right.
I honestly do not know. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
struggling to think what I should put in there.
Does anybody know what Lyko could put in his personal goal?
Some of it isn't to do with planning when he wants to die.
That's not something I'm actually intending to do, but we could do the MO thing there. We could do that if you want, but I'm not sure what else we would really.
Or was that assassinate Demogesh thing you were kind of into a while back?
Yeah, that could come up. No, I think maybe something with the Kivalari, but we've already got the concluded Kivalari case, which seems very
Well,
inclusive.
it depends what you mean though. Do you mean like with the Kivalari mystery in general, or do you mean the actual ship?
I meant I meant specifically the mystery, like
Mhm.
chase up the Shakos aspect of it. But I don't know if that warrants a separate goal.
It just depends, because like, do you believe, as Lyko, the Shakos stuff and the Kivalari case are linked enough that by resolving the Shakos stuff, it will resolve the Kivalari case, which is a massive. How do you even answer that, right? It's a difficult one.
Maybe.
Right?
But then Lyko thinks everything's connected. So.
Exactly, yeah. Lyko Quint, holistic
This entire
undead detective.
Was this entire crew recruited on the Conspiracy Craig forums?
Probably.
You know what? I don't imagine the captain bothers. I think.
No, but Emmeline might.
The first website he found.
It's probably.
Yeah, but
I was gonna say, yeah, Emmeline probably 100% hired every day.
Googled how to advertise on internet.
This has been
Crazy
CC.
hacked
Yeah, I was gonna
AdSense.
say, this has been CC's master heist plan the whole time. Yep, he's put a crew together way back when. Right, so you've got. What's Lyko's current priority right now? Like, in universe, what's his current priority? Because you've had a chat with Sindel, you've learned a bunch of pretty big things about Lyko's being and raison d'etre. And your next step is Triaxis, and you've got a bunch of things to deal with there, which pretty much sum up as Emma O and Edgar and Emma O and Edgar and Demogesh and maybe Tektalanus if he's still kicking about there. So
He's at least not as much of a problem. He's maybe sort of pushed down the list a little.
yeah, like by not being in charge of the Bone Sages, that's clearly a big thing in their culture or society or political structure. Yeah.
Just depends on what the Corpse Suite. Corpse Suite was there as well, right? Depends what that's done.
I don't know. The Corpse Fleet.
They
No
assumed,
idea.
I guess, because they showed up, I suppose. But
They showed up above Akaton, remember?
Yeah, I know. But I'm going to assume that we go there and there's going to be some Corpse Suite stuff.
Remember, Tektalanus doesn't have anything to do with the Corpse Fleet other than a Bone Sage is in charge of the Corpse Fleet, which is not Tektalanus.
She is.
But I mean, you technically know who. These are on fairly good terms with the boss of the Bone Sages now, which is kind of good, right? It's almost like Ramessethin knew how things would play out.
Perhaps.
Yeah, but maybe we just played the game for her.
The 5D
And
chess.
Tektalanus, that's a good guy.
I doubt it. Let's face it. I doubt it.
Who knows? Who knows? She's she's spooky. She has memory powers. I don't know. I'm really struggling to think what I should settle on. Maybe I don't know if I can come back to it during the week. I know I always say that.
Yeah.
Simple and like.
But this time I really mean it.
I'm just gonna keep it blank for now. Then we'll move on. So I think it's gain useful info and a blank one for Lyko. That's what it seems to be so far. Unless anybody else has got any other changes, going once. Any other changes? Going twice. Anything else?
Good.
Good. In that case, we are on to a wrap-up chat. But let's see how many goals we got so far. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? That's not bad. Yeah. I think we're aiming for 16, aren't we? So we're over halfway. Because then usually level 16. Not Not bad, not bad. Right, so in that case then, wrap up chat. Why don't you start us off? Let's go with the bomb squad. So, weird.
Yeah, good to get back.
Yeah,
After quite a long time away from Weird.
yeah. Like over a month, right?
Yeah, and the last session that I played Weird was usually in a weird mood anyway.
Yeah.
So good to get back to more slightly classic, obstinate Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Although still cracked a joke or two.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pretty peachy man, to be honest.
Yeah, but with the consistent monotonous. No, he's it was good to get some decent rolls in.
Yeah, some really good rolls on your part actually as well, yeah.
Yep, and institute my coup of
Yep.
the best ship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But no, it's thoroughly enjoyed all the chat around time and space nonsense.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Quotes, as ever.
Yeah. See when you have to, like, never run a sci-fi game that involves magic, or just in general, guys, because see when it's this level of bullshit and you're just like, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
You can just go into any level of
Yeah.
bullshit and it doesn't matter. Like, right.
This is why I love Sindale, who just uses cups of water to explain everything and then just looks at you like you're the stupid one. And I love that about him.
I thoroughly enjoyed that Weird has just taken to the temporal nonsense just as a given. Kind of not really banging eyelid anymore.
Yeah, it's just given what you've been through, it's very little that's likely to shock you now. Anyway,
Sora doesn't understand any of it, but he's pretty much there with you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm all in favour as well of comatosing Query.
Yeah, I figured you might be in that camp. Yep.
Full support on that one, Captain.
Yep.
And yeah, I enjoyed the Lyco Chicken Boy chat.
Sindale, yeah.
Yep. I know his name.
Okay, yeah.
It should always be Chicken Boy to me.
Yep. Space Chicken Boy. Yep. I quite liked the Edgar stuff with you though. I quite liked the chats you had back and forth.
Oh, yes.
It was quite nice to have. And the brief Alice that we got as well, being her usual self.
Yeah. I enjoyed particularly Edgar thinking I was being particularly prickly when it's just like, no, this is just matter of fact.
It's like, this is just me. Like,
this is just the logical way of being.
Yeah.
Causing some difficulty. But,
which is, no, it's good. I like the fact that you're at least trying to be helpful, right? Because he's probably also just really, really fucking bored because you did leave him on the ship for like hours, right? You were, I can't remember, I think it's about 8 hours or something you were on the planet for.
Yeah.
And he's obviously probably just bored out of his fucking
You
mind.
would think an Eldritch Horror would have more patience.
I mean, you'd think, right? You'd think. I just love the fact that in canon it's just, Edgar, the Rainbow Shadow Demon. I love it. It's great. Yeah. Immediately like, a Breervath, you say? Oh dear. Yep. Yeah. Anything else, buddy?
Nope, that's all good.
Excellent. Zig, normally I'd maybe leave your trauma to the end, but let's just do it now.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
I liked being put to sleep, to be honest. I think Zig needed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just love that it was like, yes, let me check. You go to sleep. And now.
This thing is made of time. What is that?
Yes.
Look, yeah. He is time. Yeah. Yeah, I think mostly just Sindale just was like, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm just, I get it. I see it. It's all over him. Yeah.
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 And that's fair. I get it. Zig's
your relief
probably
in character and in general was very palpable at the start of the session, as well, when
oh my god,
Tanida stepped out with you.
I honestly didn't know. I was like, oh my god, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to tell the crew. Oh man, Zig's going to be absolutely distraught. Oh, this is gonna be awful. I'm gonna have to actually cry.
Mhm.
And then I had to cry for different reasons. So
Yeah.
that's good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I loved how Thanaida was through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Thanaida was just brilliant.
See, sometimes I think I lose her vibe sometimes when I'm RPing her, depending on the situation. But seeing the time she kind of gets to be like weirdly motherly, I think it really like hammers her back home. Quite frankly,
Yeah.
where it's like when she just puts her hand on Lyko to stop him like asking normal questions, and she's like, "Did he threaten you though?" You know, like a mom asking if her kid was bullied. Like yeah, it's easier to find her feet there.
Yes. I also like that just kind of juxtaposed with her beating the crap out of Query.
Yeah. He's like, wait, we have somebody on board that I've been treating nicely that you're telling me knows how my world's gonna, my universe is gonna blow up? No. Yeah.
And for the record, Callum is fully down for Comatose Inquiry.
Nice.
Zig's just struggling with things, okay?
Yeah.
What Thanaida and the captain decide to do while Zig's not looking is down to them.
So it's a big. It's. I was about to say it's a big boy decision, but that's not actually like the right term of phrase when it comes to Zig. But like, you get what I mean.
Also,
I don't
Zig,
mean it
currently
literally.
what's actually happening with them two is they're probably having a water fight in the pool. So, I mean, it's literally what's happened when you left that room, as they played in the pool.
I mean, it's just a bit of fun before sucking somebody's brains. Right?
That's a phrase. Zig, anything else, buddy? You got the gold egg back? Or the solar
Got the gold
egg?
egg back. I was not expecting that. When I said yes, I wasn't expecting him to just be like, "Oh, there you go."
Yep.
Normally, when you ask for these things, there's usually a process.
Yeah.
And the process seemed to be a lot shorter than I was expecting.
Do you remember that entire
so yeah, I
archive?
got the wrong egg.
Like that entire archive process that you went through? Like, you did a lot of work. You know, it might not be immediate payoff, but, you know, Syntheia is like super useful and old. So like full of random facts. Or maybe just knowledge. Maybe facts is too strong a term. Yeah.
Fun fact.
Maybe is
All the
too strong
facts
a
just will
term.
give you them
Yeah.
factually.
Yeah. As long as I can explain it with a glass of water, you'll be fine.
I also loved how Syndial was just like, "I have broken the
Yeah.
I've broken the crystal," is what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just nice.
Yeah, his appearance. It was like, oh, I've broken them. Yeah. He's an odd one.
Yeah.
Super fun to play because usually it's just how can I make him be as obtusely obfuscated as possible? Just try and explain something you don't understand. Perfect. That's how easy he is to RP.
Yeah.
The
And
RP has been solved, people. This is what you do.
We're saying sorry, buddy.
yeah, no, I'm very curious to see where our bomb squad plan's gonna go with our drift bomb and the
I think
Asoki powered sonar.
If anything, CC would approve.
And that's all that matters, really.
Right?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting we're doing
That's
it.
what saves the
Yeah. I love how you're like, oh yeah, CC. The guy we're about to find. That crewmate. Yeah. I do kind of like that you keep forgetting because I think it's in character for Weird to just get lost in other projects.
There's a reason we're doing this. Oh, right.
And I liked when the captain was like, oh, can you do that? And also maybe, what's the update on CC? And he goes, yes. Which one do you want first?
I'll get right on that.
And I love how what actually happened, it now seems, is that after Weird left that conversation and piloted back over to Finlower, he deleted it, apparently, and just went back to whatever project he had in mind anyway, which was rebugging the Vesk ship. Not debugging it, rebugging it. Which I love, since Alex has now just found, oh yeah, the bomb's to find CC, not just because it's a bomb. Brilliant. Never change.
Invention is a divine action under the light of Triune.
right? Exactly.
It need
Um,
not lead to any practical impact.
It's why I liked Sindale's question to you, which was, is it religion or pragmatism? Like, why did you interact in the way you chose to? And you're like, yes. He goes, fair. Yeah. You definitely seem to get some respect from Sindale, by the way. It's definitely seemed to get some respect your way, since it's like, oh yeah, I just moved it like a second in the future. And he goes, sensible.
Punted it into the temporal grass.
Yeah, it's like, it's fine. Nobody will find it there. And he goes, people always forget to look there. Sorry, it's like, anything else, buddy?
No, that's it. I'm kind of excited and apprehensive of the repercussions of just pulling back the egg, but we'll see.
I mean, yeah. I will clarify for you now, because it might not make immediate sense, which is fair because it's this game. Remember that the egg you have now isn't the one that Isabel is taking, because she was back to take that, assumedly after this. Right? So you're not stopping her getting that. You see?
No, presumably part of my plan.
I mean,
Right?
I hope so. I can't wait
How
till you
many
see
eggs are we going to end up by the end of this?
well, these are back to 1, so that's a
Okay.
start.
We're going to have like 2 twinsy.
Well, we
eggs.
have 1.5 because we have tabs on one.
Yeah, you know that.
I feel like we
Daza's
find
powered
out
by
if
1.
Daza just went down.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Daza's
Still got a
yeah.
pretty solid idea about the other one. Is just don't really want to go proper peak yet.
Yeah, that's the risk with. And I was like, is that a safe option to go peeking? Is this maybe where did he put that idea in your head so we would go looking and he can go in? Aye, that was a strange one. She didn't understand, but like I think he's mostly got Snyder didn't understand that situation and got very uncomfortable. So
Which
she
is
went
fair.
and she just went and punched Query, which is also fair.
Yeah.
Memories.
Ruth and Ida.
So Zora, do you want to go next?
Yeah, this was good fun. Sorry, Query.
Poor Query. Guy loses his
Hopefully-
fucking universe and then just like loses his leg. But after trying to help you guys out, and now you're gonna comatose him because Snyder's a sledgehammer when it comes to psychic powers.
I mean, maybe we need to get like
Yeah.
Dr. Jekyll or like Mr. Hyde or whatever. Like
What you mean from Query?
Psycho Query. Yeah.
Qu'est-ce que
Psycho
c'est?
Query.
Oh dear. I could not resist. Yeah. Psycho Query, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Fa 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 fa.
Thank you. Fa, 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 fa.
I wasn't very enthusiastic about
It's
it,
good
but
enough.
I did it. I did it.
Cindy was a joy as per.
Yeah.
I mean, I like just be able to sit back and just be like you speaking of it.
Mhm.
I've got no idea what
I also like that Sindel probably for the first time in the entire campaign said no. It was to you.
was it.
And
What
you were
was
like,
it?
can we just launch this at the sun?
Oh yeah, that's right.
And he just looks at it and goes, no. This is the thing the fans would talk about, and
That was probably the actual most factual thing he's ever said.
yeah,
Just
the most
like,
matter of
straight
fact.
to the
Yeah.
point.
No.
No, okay. We get really close. In fact, is that wise?
A light lobbing. Yes.
Yeah, it's a light shooting.
God, that was actually funnier than I realised there. A light lobbing.
Yes,
You're lighting it
yes.
from your vehicle and it's going to the sun. Anyway, let me just enjoy my own wordplay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels like
It's
loads
good.
happened this week as well, to be fair.
That shit ton happened this session actually. Whoa, crap! I'm falling back my set. It's fine. I'm fine.
Oh my.
I'm fine.
Did anybody else have the animated wobbly arms like as he was doing that there? Because that's what my brain did.
My seat was tipped back, so I was trying to catch myself.
Too late back as a captain, that's what that's trying to tell you.
If I was in the middle back of the line, But yeah, Frida, Joy, as player. Like I said, I was very envious of her position. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but can't because they've got standards or some shit to uphold.
It's like, I don't know, something somewhere. I feel that space celebrity-ness. I don't know. Yeah.
Fucking aye. Well, that was fun. It was good fun. Hey, 2 in a row. It's a record. It's a record right there. Good.
Madness. Got us go like dynamos. Anything else, buddy?
No, that's it.
Good.
Fun.
And you might get your favourite NPC back, Cece.
That's always good. Always fun.
The Adventures of Cece and Sindel. Can't wait.
My spork.
Yeah.
Clutching my spot. He's not getting my spot. He's not
Needs
getting my
a
spot,
spork.
man. That's my spot.
My
Pneumatic spot.
It's just ridiculous. Pretty sure it's a spoon. It launches.
I'm chiseling a spot.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, the Vesk way. This is a Vesk spoon.
Yeah.
That's not a spoon, that's a knife. Yes.
Yes.
A Vesk spoon. A knife.
Yeah.
That joke's funnier because it works in the Viscarium.
It's like a carved knife though, right? It's like it's like a ladle almost.
a scoop knife, yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
okay.
like
We're not going to develop more Vesk culture now. No.
It makes a bigger cavity when
We're
you
going to
stab,
move on
right?
to Lyco. Lyco.
Hello, it is I. Yeah, that was an interesting one. I liked it. We made some progress. I liked the drama, the reveal, the undrama, the re-drama. There was definitely some stuff going on that was
Definitely
a little.
drama.
It was very uncomfortable at first for young Zig, who then was somewhat, I think was relieved and yeah, and that was good. That was good. I felt badly for him last time. He certainly had a bit of a load to deal with. And I'm glad we didn't lose to Nida. Although I do think she got a bit excited about the whole thing with Query.
It's fine.
Like, seriously, the guy might not have been super useful, and he probably knows more than he's letting on. Whether he realizes it or not, who knows? But yeah, like, come on,
You're such a cop.
give the guy a break. You know,
such a cop.
He's had a rough time of it, man, and it's only partly my fault. Yeah, so I felt bad for him.
Lyco's a
this
new
time.
Manzora, literally.
I mean, I saved him, right?
And I feel like
Ash.
we have something sort of unexplored there with Edgar, considering how concerned. I mean, we knew the Burvath.
Brevath, yeah.
We knew that they were sort of worshipped in the past, and we knew that they were horrible, spooky entities, aberrations, if I recall. They are not pleasant creatures, clearly, but Edgar seems to be not a nice guy, but at least
Don't let him fool you.
He's personable.
At least,
yeah.
He's someone we can work with, and we have for a while. But yeah, there's definitely a suggestion in Tyndale's reaction that maybe there's more to meet that meets the eye, because it's like, yeah, they're clearly powerful, but like not powerful enough to warrant that response. I wouldn't have thought. Not from that guy. So
It's surprising to me as well, to be honest. Like,
so that's
anyway,
interesting.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, I did not think he would, but yeah. So that was interesting. We're in a weird place right now in terms of, like, it's hard to know exactly what we should be doing next, because clearly we need to get to Reaxis, but we also need to find our boy who's lost adrift. Who's adrift, one might say. We need to get the egg back, or possibly not back, or God knows where. We need to do something with the egg. And I feel like the guy who has the master plan that involves an elaborate time travel scheme is probably the guy who should figure that one out. You got us into this mess, man. Yeah, it was exciting stuff. Exciting stuff, and obviously nice to have the full group back.
Right.
and also sort of back together, if briefly, in game.
And in comms, we kept everything together in comms at least this
comms,
time. Yeah.
It was good, like everyone's sort of up to speed and kind of working together and stuff. And I like that. I don't like the party being too split for too long.
It's true.
So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff from the bomb squad. Also, that was fun. And I think I am mildly concerned about the egg and what that means having it with us again, because like I genuinely have no idea what to do with it, and I'm curious to see what the hell we're going to do next. So yeah, I'm slightly, I'm always tired, but I'm distinctly slightly tired right now. So I am going to stop talking because I think I'm just gibbering at this point.
It's okay. Yeah. Good. Nice to see us back together. I totally agree. It has been a while. That's why I pushed on to actually run something last week, because I thought we're missing one, and I've got Zig. I'm going to do this stuff with Zig last week, definitely. And then this week it was nice to actually have everybody kind of up to speed as much as MD's up to speed in this game. Long may that continue until the game concludes, hopefully. And yeah, I guess we'll see what comes up next, because I guess things to look forward to next time would be Triaxis, Drift Bombs, Emma Obo Bombs, yeah. What else we got on the CC maybe making a return? Just Sindel, Query, Torture. I don't know why I've got in my brain that you were going to install Query as the next.
I have a very relevant question to the game.
Right.
Would learning of MO's death be useful MO info?
I mean,
I would think so.
How is it useful?
Because she's dead, and we don't need to worry about that anymore.
Wait. Why are you asking this question?
Because I'm hoping that the MO bomb works, right? I mean,
okay.
So
surely helping to bomb her would be the goal then.
Yeah, because I feel like that would be what you'd want to change that to.
That's technically what delivering Edgar to Triaxis is, though, right? Like, then it's kind of like
putting him on Triaxis, and then also making sure he gets to her office, and then hiding in the bushes and then giggling like schoolgirls to see if it works, or pushing the big red button. These are all very different things. You know?
I don't know if I want to implicate myself that much, to be honest with you. Like, I'm just going to leave Edgar to his own devices, and if he gets that far, then fucking good on him, man. Like,
yeah. Yep. Good on him. Yep. I mean, considering the way he told Lyko about the bomb he built for Emil, he definitely implied it was a strange bomb.
Yeah, I'm assuming so. It's probably going to be.
Strange bomb?
Yeah, but now they're going to make a weird bomb.
Yeah, he's going to make a drift bomb. And yeah, I specifically chose not to say weird bomb because weird bombs are frequent appearance here.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Although, have we had many weird bombs, or have they mostly been Nyx 5 bombs? I think they've mostly been Nyx 5 bombs because I think they just faked.
We've done fake bombs.
Yeah, weird bombs are fake bombs apparently. Yeah,
that's still part of his psyche.
Yeah,
it's still part there.
So I think with that then we've got loads to look forward to going forward. I think you know that there is obviously a lot of mystery around Octorn / the Stranger still. There is absolutely almost nothing on Apostate, Leovara or the Brevetta, except one of the moons of Leovara seems to be like important somehow. And obviously Eox, you know everything there is really to know about Eox, really. Traxxas seems like it's the party planet right now. Yeah, the diaspora is as it has always been. Versus hopefully is fixing up the final hour. 11th hour, that's the one, the 11th hour. Remember when we're doing drift travel, make sure we're marking the days down, because we need to tally a month. Akaton has obviously got a bit of a power vacuum, because, well, Grinning Durwa is gone. Obviously, the Radix maybe a thing to keep track of. There's no Absolum, because I believe on the other screen it just says fuckity bye. And Castroval's apparently lovely. And Abalon is taken away as per normal, as far as we know. So there's my review of Space. I hope you liked it. And we'll see everybody next time. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
everybody.